Still learning, guys. Sorry, I'm 5 minutes late. Didn't realize I had to put the go live button. I'm learning. That won't happen again. Ooh, that's a little break. Hey, Stormy. How are you? Hey, Scorpion. Hey, guys, I need help. I need people to come up on the panel. I need to learn this stuff. It's my first night, so help me out. Good. You guys, I am going to be sniffling and all kinds of stuff. My allergies are seriously acting up tonight. Hey, Jack. How are you? Stormin, why don't you come up on panel with me? And anybody else that wants to. Give me a 5x5 if you're hearing me and seeing everything. Ooh, there you go.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, love. How are you?
Not bad. Hey, Jack Elman, how are you doing?
I'm late. I forgot to push go live.
I've done that. I've done that. You know what I've done a lot is I have the microphone on mute and I'm talking to everybody going, "Hi, how are you doing tonight? How are you doing?" And I'm talking for like 3 minutes already and people are like, "No audio."
How about a little audio?
Yes,
I
exactly.
had that all good. I just had to go live. So you were doing a lot better than me.
I mean, they see my hands moving on the table, they see the mouse moving and me
Oh,
saying hi and I'm like, oh, great. Then I have to go repeat everything again.
yeah. I'm not doing much tonight, just learning. I've had a long day. I threw my jewelry back on just for this thing, but I really don't want it on.
That's cool.
I've
I
had a
just thought
long day.
thought I'd just stop by. I saw you on.
Oh, please stay a little bit. Give me a little bit of experience here.
Okay, no problem.
I'm
I'm just updating my big chunky boy list, so I'm not doing much.
I want tomorrow I hope everybody shows up on EC. Y'all know that Migs got robbed, right?
No.
You know those ATM things, they put them over the real ATMs and then they steal your information?
Yes, I've heard of them.
That's what happened to him.
Oh.
So he's not doing a whole good. And I was sitting there going, dude, I need a tracking number, and I was thinking it was pestering him. And I really didn't want to, but I said, there's nothing happening with this tracking number. And he goes, yeah, but I was robbed. I couldn't get it sent out. And I'm like, oh my God, you should have just told me to shut up. And it was like, oh my gosh. Migs,
Do-
Bissilet, Miget, or Silver Denarius. We
Doing
just call him
okay,
Mig.
Jack. Yeah,
He,
that's
he's the one with ADHD and has all the silver everywhere all the time. So I'm hoping we can help him, earn a little bit back. I'm sure the bank will recover it eventually, yeah, but that's going to take, half a year for FDIC to pay anything out. Is just like pulling teeth. So,
tell me about it.
but yeah, I'm gonna help push his stuff tomorrow so he has a little bit of income for something. I just felt so bad after he's like, yeah, but I was robbed. I'm like, oh my God. Jack, if you don't know who Miggs is, OMG. He's like, he's so full of energy, and he just has so much stuff to sell and trade, and he's really good about helping out the community. Yes, it is horrible. They cleaned out his account, so I had to learn the hard way. It happened to me a long time ago, so I double up on everything. I mean, I've got accounts all over the place. I've got, you know, certain accounts for this and passwords and multiple emails. I back everything up with something else, and
I hear you.
uh, uh, you know, I don't let any, even with Cash App, I learned really fast to have all the information go to two accounts. That way, if somebody is I don't know, hacking or whatever your
Hmm.
account, or if they're trying to, and they only send something to one account, then it's a scam,
Hmm.
because anything that goes through it, if it doesn't go to both of your emails, it's fake.
Yep. And also, what I would recommend, especially if something like say, "Oh, there's something's happening in your account. Click on this to verify." Don't go to the website of the. Let's say it says Cash App. Don't click on the email. Go to the
Oh no.
Cash App's website.
No, because those links, usually what it does is it gives them permission to get into your phone or your
No, no,
computer
no.
or whatever.
I mean, don't click on those links. Never click on those links.
That's what I'm saying. Those
Yeah,
links are so
yeah,
it gives them remote
exactly.
permission.
Yeah. So what I always do, like one time it was, oh, my Apple account.
Hey,
They said
Lisa.
oh, I'm something is happening and I owe this or that. So instead of clicking on the link, I open up another browser and I go into my Apple account. Nothing going on. I disregard the email.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had a scammer do that
yeah.
crap with me. And he sent it only to one email, and I'm like, and he told me, he goes, "Well, I sent you this, and now you have to go do this." I said, "Really?" I'm like, unfortunately, I have securities in place, and it didn't do everything that it should, and so I know this is fake. And he says, "Well, I'm gonna come beat you up," and
Oh my God.
I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." And
Hey, Lisa
and
Wills, and try again.
I was like, I was like, you go right ahead if it makes you feel better. I said, because you didn't do anything. You're just trying to get me to do something. That's just
Hey, Silver Scorpion, I checked. You're not on the Big Chunky Boy list. So if you wanted to enter that, you have until Friday. But I
well, we
checked.
have till Friday. Next Friday, I'm open.
Yes, until Friday. No entries will be accepted on the day of the event.
When is the event? Next Saturday?
Saturday, yeah. So
After or before trade day?
it's 5 p.m. Pacific.
Pacific. So that, wow, we're gonna be in the middle of trade day, dude.
It will probably be, will be. I usually do it Saturday because it takes a long time. But
I'll see.
you don't have to be present if you're.
I'll see what I can do. I had I'm an avid novice biblical scholar. So
I know you're busy with trade day. You do a
oh,
lot
well,
on
not
trade day.
just trade day. I ordered a bunch of books this last time around, and I'm in for stuff, and I'm just kind of tapped at the moment. But if I get something sold this week, I'll get you an entry.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was headed for it. I know it took a long
Okay.
time to get there.
Like, okay, we're going the long road.
My link? Oh my god. I know I did, didn't I? I don't even know where my link is, my dear. I don't know how to do this stuff. I'm still learning. I'll get a banner or something going on. Let's see. I don't know. Now you
Link
just keep
for who?
trying
Are you talking
for
about me,
me.
Lisa? Oh, for
Yeah,
you.
for
Well,
you and me.
she's
I
here, so she should be. She should have the link. Link for what?
oh, probably the where's I don't know. I'm just open.
She's
to my
here.
channel. I don't even know how you do that.
Oh, for going on the coming up on the
Well, there,
panel.
well, there's the stream yards. Yeah,
Yeah, hold on. I'll let me copy it and I'll paste it again. For coming up on the panel. Oh, there you got it.
yeah. I found that one first. It took me an hour to learn a lot of this stuff before I even went. And then I went live for like 3 minutes. And just as they started coming in, I shut it down. I'm like, oh my God, now I
I
got to do this again. So let me schedule this.
I actually clicked on that one and then I go, hey, why it say replay? Oh, okay, never mind.
Drop. Okay. I think you, Stormy, need to drop your link.
uh I can't. Well, let me see. Can I drop links? Hold on.
Wait, you're not. Wait,
I'm not.
how do I?
You'd have to
Let,
make me a mod
let
if you
me
want.
go up here just a minute. Find your name. Let, oh gosh, how do I do this?
You'd have
I
to
can
do it.
block you and I can put you in timeout, but you're not down there, so I can't. I can't make you a mod here. Lisa, I can't. How do I make people a mod up here?
You would have to be on the YouTube page,
Oh my gosh.
not on the StreamYard page. So you have
Let
to open up your channel, your chat on the YouTube.
continue to YouTube. Will it cut down my stream yards? No.
No, open a new tab. Chat on the
Oh
YouTube.
yeah. Turn that thing off before.
Yes,
Got it.
turn that off.
There we go. Let's see. Oh, look at the. You guys are so smart. There you go. You are now a moderator,
Oh,
Silver
thank you.
Scorpion. I think I whoops. Okay, wait just a minute. I'm sorry. Bad choice. Hang on. There. No, it's not a bad choice, but it's just me being silly. Okay, okay, okay. There. Okay, now I made Smurfs tonight. Silver Scorpion, do you want to be a Smurf?
A Smurf. There you
Oh
go. There
my
you go,
God.
Lisa.
These
That's the
people,
link for the event on Saturday.
these people are horrible.
It's $1 donation. Sorry, $6 donation roll, one roll per person. And the donator prize is a 1 pound silver round.
Oh no, what did I do? I
Oh no,
deleted
that
what? Hey,
yeah.
oh my gosh.
What happened?
I deleted try get no unhide user on this channel. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Try again. I was trying to get those idiots. I am so sorry, sweetie.
Uh,
I'm gonna have to do that. How do I do that?
you've done it. You've already unhidden. Try again. No,
I
don't
know, but
try again. You've already done it.
no, I did it. I already hit him, unhit him. What I
Yes.
need to do is like do for subs only, subscribers only. Manage moderate. Wow, I got all kinds of control up here. No, you guys are. I'm just having too much fun.
Happy
Hi,
birthday,
John.
Lisa.
How are you?
Hey, John Pierce.
Yeah, that tiger's pretty cool, isn't it, Lisa? I'm trying to find the 2 ouncer to go with it. I know Miggs had one, but I don't know if he has it anymore. Thank you, love. Please. And I think I made you a moderator too, Stormin, so you can put your own link in it now.
Yep, I did.
Oh, jeez. Boy, am I late, huh? My party, and I'm still late. Oh my gosh. It's Friday, and I've had such a long day.
Oh, uh, at least my Fridays are short Fridays.
Oh, I had stuff to do. My doctor changed my medicine. I added my medicine. Then I had a bunch of running around, other stuff I had to do, and I wanted to get on here and talk about what happened to Miggs and let people know there are ways to protect yourselves. I mean,
Mm.
especially with ATMs. I mean, if you're putting your card into the ATM and it feels wiggly, touch the ATM before you put your card in. If it's wiggly, don't put your card in. You can notify the bank to pull that thing off because it's a duplicator. It duplicates all the information on your card.
Yep, that's what I've heard.
Happy birthday, Lisa. Is it your birthday? And then I wanted to tell everybody I don't know how to do it still. I'm still learning. Wrong way. Um how to put up pictures
Pictures where?
in my screen, how to like pull up an Excel picture and put it on the screen. I
Oh,
wanted to show everybody that Ernest Edwards did win the extravaganza guess. Been just a little bit busy. Talk about a little bit of business for people because there's a lot of people out there that don't know um, what to look for and how to record stuff so they can have deductions in their business so they're not in trouble. Because you there's a way around deducting just about everything,
yep,
and
yep. I
so it looks like you're taking a loss the first couple of years while you're getting yourself on the feet. There are ways around it.
Yeah, I record everything. It's a lot of work, but every coin that goes out, I record it, and I know how much it costs, and I put that in
Well,
so that it goes against everything that comes in.
it's not just cost, it's going against what you get for it too, because
Yes,
not only do you have to buy that coin, you have to drive to get that coin, you have to use gas and oil, and
that's
you
the one.
depreciate your vehicle, and you have, if you're taking, say, like your house is $1,000 a month and 10% of that house is being used for your business, you get to take $100 a month for that.
That's the one. Those are the stuff that I'm not doing. I'm not doing the gas or the house or any of the electricity, which I
Night,
should.
Silver Scorpion, back
Night
to
Silver
work.
Scorpion. But
Yeah,
you're right.
see,
You're
and
right.
that's it, because you can take that. You got to figure out what is the footage of your house and how much footage are you using.
Yep.
And when you calculate your footage, you go width by length by height,
Yep.
and you
Oh.
multiply them square feet.
Oh.
You divide that into your house, and that's how many square feet. So say it comes out to be like 1/5.
Yeah.
You're taking $200 a month
You know,
as
if
your business
if
expense.
if you ask my wife, she'd say I'd take up half the house with my stuff.
Yeah, I know, right? But what goes along with that are your utilities, your phone usage, depreciation to your computer, depreciation to your phone. Um, the time, and a lot of people forget to pay themselves.
No, I'm not paying myself. Yeah, if I paid myself, definitely it would be.
But see, if your wife helps you, see, you don't really want to pay yourself because that's a profit to your pocket. You want your wife to help you, and you pay your wife or your husband or your spouse or whatever. And then you write that off as payroll.
I might do that. Hmm.
See, there's just a lot of things,
But
if you
if
go to lunch with anybody that knows you do coins, talk about your business for 15 minutes. You can write off that lunch.
Yep, that I know because I do that for when I do live streams for the restaurant live stream.
Okay, Lisa, have a good night. Sleep well, sweetie.
I
So yeah, there's everything you do. The ink in a pen, the envelopes, the airtights, the flips, the
Oh
tape.
yes, yes. Tape
Um,
for me. Tape.
yeah, yeah, tape. Your scopes or your loops.
Yep.
The staples,
Yep.
the glue, the tape. everything. If
Everything.
you keep a running record of that, and Excel is a
Oh,
beautiful program.
I do. That's
I
why
mean,
it's a lot of work.
you can open up like an office, and down on the bottom there are tabs, and you can say envelopes and tape and staples and whatever. You can make a little tab for everything, and you can put it right in there and
Mhm.
bring it all back into one page. So
Yep.
at the end of the month, you have your costs for that month. It's really important that a lot of people know that.
Yep.
Any books you use to find things out is a tax write off.
Yes, because you're learning for your channel.
Yes, it's education for your channel. Yes. Hey,
Hey, Pammy
Pammy.
Jones.
Oh, I'm trying. This is my first night StreamYard, and then it's take two, as you can tell, but I'm getting there. I'm trying to. Um, a lot of people, they say, "Well, I know what I'm doing in business," but they don't understand a lot of things that they can deduct as costs of doing business. And it's January, so everybody's gonna be getting a 1099 if they made over a certain amount through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, the banks, anything.
Is it
That's
gonna
all
start
recorded.
today? Is it gonna start from this January or next January?
It should have already started, dear. It was already in place. But at
I thought the law started
no,
this
no, no,
January.
no, 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 no. A lot of people don't understand that. Um, there has been laws on the book for a very long time that you have to record your own self
No, but
income.
the requirement for PayPal to and those guys to send the 1099. I thought it was gonna. It starts this year, but they're taking
Pammy,
into account this year.
if your business attire has your business logo on it, yes, it's a write off. But if it's just clothes you would wear every other day and days that you would wear not doing business, then no, it's not a write off. It has to be a business related expense.
Like a uniform.
Hi Hector, how are you?
Hey, Hector.
Yeah, or a shirt just with the name on it,
Yep.
a name tag. Um, the stickers everybody shares with everybody else. There's a lot of things that a lot of people just don't understand that are write offs.
Yep.
So
How are you
that's
doing, Pammy?
that's one of the things. If I buy candy to sit in here and do live streams, that's a write off.
Hey, Hector.
The depreciation of my coffee pot while I'm drinking coffee doing streams is a write off. But if I
Um,
use it afterwards, I got to sit down and figure out, okay, I use my coffee pot like 10% of the time for my business, then I can only depreciate 10% of it.
yes, correct, Hector, because it didn't cost you anything. If your employer provided it, it didn't cost you anything, so it's not a deductible.
Well,
It,
it depends now. Did your employer only uh, provide the uniform, but you had to buy other stuff to make it work? Like
right, anything that you buy.
let's take a prison guard. They get uniforms and everything else, but those prison guards have to almost on an always basis have to provide their own gun and their own holster and stuff like that. Those are write-offs. Hi, muscle shell. It
Hey,
says
Master
stuff to
Shell.
keep you awake. A lot awake. Coffee. So yeah, there's a lot of things a lot of people don't know. I make up little spreadsheets for EC all the time. I was writing everything out, but I decided last night I was tired of making all them little spreadsheets, so I went into Excel and made up a couple. All I have to do now is push a button and print it out.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, which is income, but
Yep.
then they have to turn around and deduct it. Now, the biggest thing in deductions are, I don't know if everybody knows this. You have a standard deduction. 10,200, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
The problem with your standard deductions is if your deductions don't meet that standard deduction, then take the standard deduction because you're getting more.
Right. But if itemized gets you more, get
Yeah,
the
itemize
itemized.
everything and see where you're at. And this is why you run books. This is why businesses run books and they close one month and open a new one with the balance that ended last month. Um, and they just carry those balances forward is what they do. By the end of the month, you've got literally all the data already entered. All you have are the numbers left from the
Oh
report.
God, I couldn't do that. At the end of the year, come
Oh yeah,
March, my wife
but you
is going,
can.
catch up on your accounting. I need your YouTube numbers, and then I
But
have to
see,
catch up.
yeah, but see if you ran every night, you put all that stuff into Excel or whatever. A lot of these programs are free anymore. They're apps. Mine I had to pay for, which was well, I got it back in '90, and I paid over $400 for it then. But I've got the full program, and I don't want to go to 10 because it's ugly. Um,
Hector, his wife is correcting him that they're not prison guards; they're correctional officers.
oh yeah, whatever. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. They're there to make sure they don't go over the wall. But anyway, yeah, you purchase your coins, say at $40, and you sell it for 50. But what you're doing is you're using not only the postage to sell it and to get it to that person, but you're using all the stuff to get in there. So you're only making like $2 profit per coin, if that. And then you've got to turn around and take and deduct that $2 from the usage of your depreciation, your electricity, water, everything. So you're not
Batman's
making a whole
here.
lot. Hey,
Batman's here.
Batman.
Hey, Batman.
So yeah, does anybody can come up? Here's the link, guys. Come join us on the panel and help us discuss this.
Come up, Pammy.
Come on, there it is. Jump on up here. Oh
We know
wait,
you can do it.
I gotta get over on the StreamYard side to let you come up. But yeah, oh dang it, here we go again, huh? This
Oh,
stupid person.
yeah.
I'm reporting them. I prefer everybody report them as pornography. It gets rid of them and they can never come back. Don't even stop to time them out. Just go right to report and pornography because that's exactly what it is. They try so hard, and I don't have subs only, so everybody's attacking me.
Anything that you pay the seller, if the seller like if I say when I used to do auction and I said plus shipping, anything they send me, yes, that's income. But the postage that I pay and plus the coins and then the envelope, the tape, that is cost. To
Is it
me,
is it shipping on board, or is it did you pay for it before they shipped it, or is it free on board? It's called FOB.
oh, does anybody still do that?
I don't know. A lot of people do sometimes. I mean, you see it in
Really?
eBay all the time. Buy this, it's free shipping because they can take that cost. It's called free on board.
You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. If you say free, yeah, it's gonna be, and you pay for the cost. Yeah,
But that cost, what they're doing actually is building up a lot of deductions so
yeah,
they can counter all their profits.
yeah. That's true. But yes, his question: if the seller pays for postage, that is income. That is anything that they
Um,
receive is income, but you
what
have your
what if you
postage
paid?
expense.
What if you paid the postage? Does the seller claim that as income? No, they cannot because what they're um
Yeah, it
it,
is.
no, it's the free on board. They don't actually get it as income. It's paying the postage, which at that time the person buying the product gets to make the deduction. It's
Mm,
just
no,
they don't get that deduction. It's the person buying the coin. So what you write down, say the coin was $35 and you had to pay $5 shipping and handling.
right.
You're writing down $35 for
Income,
product
right, for the
for
product,
product, okay? And
right,
then you're also writing down $5 for shipping. So
right.
that's your automatic deduction.
Yes, yes.
They
It's
have to take that, but they have to report it as it was for their shipping. They
yes, yes,
don't they don't get to deduct that amount. They don't even get to claim it. It goes right into shipping and handling. So they don't get a say the package costs $4.50 to ship. That other 50 cents is put into handling, which goes
oh,
right into payroll.
well, that's if you're
So
doing a full accounting package, a full
well,
accounting,
everybody
yes.
should. I mean, you should really know what you're doing, because if you're doing $3.50 shipping on a package that you got paid $5 for, that other dollar and a half has to go into a payroll income, which you
Yes.
don't actually see. It has to go to the person you're paying for
Yeah.
shipping. So,
Yes.
overhead. No, I don't know that it's overhead. Overhead is something else totally. It goes it's a it's definitely into a payroll. It's converted from handling, shipping, and handling to into a payroll account that they don't really get to see. It's just a bunch of numbers being pushed around, is what it is.
Hmm. Yes. It's I do simple debit and credit. That's what I do. Yeah. It's just it's a debit if it comes to me. Credit if it comes to me. Debit if it comes out.
Okay, Hector, look at it this way. Okay, let's take a piece of paper and you write down the coin is $30. And then they charge you $5 shipping and handling. You're sending $35, okay? Um, they turn around, okay, they put that $30 into an income based account, which always, when you're bringing in money, looks like a minus. It's really hard to explain. I don't want to go into the depths of accounting 101.
Yes.
It, it,
Ask your accountant. Get an
because when you
accountant
when
and
you
get.
add when you add money to income accounts, they show up as a minus, and when you add money to payables account, it shows up as a plus. Don't ask me why, it just does. It's because it's a double entry bookkeeping system, and each line has to balance.
Yep.
So when you're putting $35 into income, but then that $5 goes into a shipping, but in the end, you're taking $35 against the person that bought it. I know that sounds weird, but that's where it is. So when the money comes through the account, it will balance, because it's a plus to the individual account. You minus $5 to the shipping, and you minus $30 to the coin. And then that way, when you come over to the end, the balance is zero. It's really quite difficult to do, but
It's a
yes,
lot of
then
work.
you claim $35 spent, but when you spend that money, you also put $30 into income and $5 into shipping. I mean, the books have to even out all the way across. I mean, I've spent 8 hours looking for two pennies in a nonprofit. It wasn't a good uh,
Now,
basis
as a
for
disclaimer,
payroll to
nothing
spend
nothing I'm saying
$150.
is accounting or tax advice. You need to
No,
research your
not
own.
cooking. That's not cooking your books, Pammy. It's called double entry bookkeeping. It's not cooking the books, and you have to show double entry bookkeeping. Nothing will come out otherwise. Um, for me, in nonprofit, every penny has to be accounted for, and to spend $150 for the wages for somebody to find two pennies, It has to be done. It doesn't make sense where profit companies would just write that 2 cents off through, petty cash or whatever. They have to find it. There's no way to cook the books when you're doing proper double entry bookkeeping. And a lot of people don't understand that, especially in restaurants or places of business where money can be stolen. It shows when you do the proper bookkeeping. You
Hmm.
can tell exactly what time of day that money went missing. I had it happen a lot. I was managing a bakery, and the woman was only bringing in like, oh, I don't know, $10,000 $12,000 a month, and she wasn't making payroll. Her husband was some big person that made the computers for rockets, so he was making buco bucks, and they were taking out the balance of the payroll out of his checks. And I went in. They just wanted some help, and I went in and I was talking to the owner, and she's like, "No, I just don't know why. I mean, we make so much product. I'm losing so much money. Yada yada yada." Started talking to her, and my stupid mouth got opened, and she ended up making me manager. And I started in. Yeah, it was my stupid mouth. Started instituting accounting procedures. And I'm gonna tell you what, 6 people were fired because money was taken. Hey,
Yeah,
KP or Kip.
that's what they mean when no good deed goes unpunished.
Well, the girl, she was taking money from the boss's purse. She come up to me one day and she goes, "Can you really tell if money's missing?" I said, "Yes, you can." And I told him straight up when I started putting in the accounting procedures, I said, "If you have more than $1 missing from your tills, it will come out of your check." Well, we went from $13,000 a month to $35,000 a month income.
Oh, she was
The
losing a
bookkeeper,
lot.
the bookkeeper was stealing from them. The bakers were stealing from them, and not just money. They were stealing food. They were stealing product. They were stealing just everything.
Oh my God.
And I'm going to tell you what, a lot of people lost their jobs, and we finally got people in there working, and it started turning around. To find out you were losing what, $22,000 a month from people stealing was
Oh my
incredible.
God.
Her payroll was something like 17,000 a month, so she was profiting, gosh, 7, 8, $9,000 a month herself. But she wasn't seeing any of that because everybody was stealing from them.
Ouch.
So yeah, it you can tell everything from bookkeeping. There's just so much you can tell.
Hey, can you show that closer, that 2022 Tiger? The one in the back.
Oh, the one in the back,
Yeah.
the 1 ounce.
Yep.
I want the 2 ouncer. I got the baby, got the mama. Now I need
Oh,
the daddy.
nice. That's nice.
So yeah, this is the half ouncer, the little one. I won those.
Nice.
I think I paid probably, I don't know, 15, $16 for both games.
Oh, you won it from games. Nice.
Yeah, dolls. I won them both from dolls. Yeah, I don't believe that waitresses and waiters should have to live off of their tips. And then, if they don't make a certain amount, then the company pays the difference for the wages. I don't believe that. I don't think people should do that at all. That's just the company trying to get out of paying out profits.
Pammy, I was drinking. Oh, that's funny.
I was drinking them. Well, I still don't believe a lot in the service industry where you have to work for whatever your tips are and then the company makes up the difference for your wages for that many hours. I think it's I think it's incredible theft from the person working.
Now, speaking of tips, I don't know what restaurant this was. I was told this when I was in high school by my teacher. He says he knew of this restaurant that was really popular. I guess all the stars or something went to it. Big folks went to it, so that gave really good tips. So the owner, instead of
Yeah,
hiring staff, he put out a bid for people to pay him for the position. They would pay for a slot in the service staff, so that then they would earn more than what they paid for the slot. I was like, wow,
yeah.
that's
Patty,
crazy.
that happens because that 8% and 15% you're talking about are the taxes paid on payroll. Believe it or not, you're paying your own taxes. It's just done through the company books. Not my first rodeo, honey. I've actually done forensic accounting. I'm gonna
Whoa,
tell you
really?
what. Yeah, that's a friggin' nightmare. But these people that pretend they're payroll specialists or accounts receivable or accounts payable,
Mm-hmm.
you don't see it as much in the receivables because those end up being like checks or wire transfers right straight to the company. But you see a lot in payables. The person that has control of the purse strings um, can transfer money to their own accounts or pay personal bills,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get little idiot girls that are so cute and flip their hair and they're pretty, and they get in behind a desk and they have no friggin' clue what they're doing. And people like me have to go in and clean up the mess, and actually put it back together like it should be. And there's a lot of times I'll bring in my own personal items so I can work it in such a fashion before I allow it to go back into the company's drawers. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't have an issue getting up in front of the CEO, the CFO, or the president and telling them, you want to see this file? You sit in my office and you do it. You look at it here. It doesn't go anywhere because that's how things get missed. And they'll sit down in the chair. They'll look at it, what they need, but when you've got a CFO that's taken what you've printed out to get the bills paid, and those checks are being stuffed into a safe and not being sent out, and you're giving false information to your clients, they usually try to bring that back on the payable specialist and that's when it gets stopped. So when you're a forensic accountant, you go in and you look and you find what they're doing. And I've taken down big companies,
That's
big
definitely true, Hector.
companies, where
I've
they take millions of dollars to move into towns to set up so employment can happen, and they take that millions of dollars and they use it for themselves to build their houses or buy cars. All you have to do is prove it, and when you're the easiest way in is go in through payables, and you see everything they do.
all right. I
Yeah,
got
taxes are a joke. I think they should be 10-12% across the board. I
across
don't
the
care
board
who you are.
flat rate tax.
Yep,
Everybody.
absolutely. We would be such a rich company or country.
Mm-hmm.
For 10 to 12%, everybody right off the board, it takes care of
No,
everything.
and plus your tax form would be 1 page, 2 pages maybe. You
And
know?
no, it'd be a half a page. It'd be
Yeah.
your gross
What?
wages minus your 10 to 12%, whatever it is,
Yeah.
and your net wages. You'd take home so much more. Everybody'd be so much happier.
Yep, and you don't have to worry about it at the end of the year, and you don't have to scratch your head every time "Oh, am I doing this? Is it itemized? Is it no?"
Overtime. No, it doesn't. You run the risk of really putting people in a spot for overtime, including the company. I would rather hire two people to do, or
Fatigue,
three people to do 80 hours worth of work.
fatigue,
Yeah,
safety,
the fatigue can wear them out too. But
fatigue and safety.
instead of hiring one or two people to do an 80-hour week, I would rather hire three and keep them under hours, 32 hours, which is still considered full time. Um, and teach them, you know. But the problem is people need people right away, and what they do is they end up hiring fast and getting into a hell over high water. You should always hire very slow and fire as fast as you can.
Hey, Ike's girl,
It
I gotta
saves the
get, I
company.
gotta take care of some stuff.
Okay, thank you,
Life
sweetie.
problems. All right. Thank you,
um
everybody. Have a good evening.
you too.
Oop.
Thanks for stopping, sweetie. Three, it wouldn't be considered three part times. I would do 32 hours. The 32 hours or more is considered full time. People can get bennies in a multitude of ways. If you want your people to stay, I would say, yeah, come up with a solution that's good for you and them. Um, there's just too many things out there going on now as far as medical, as everybody knows, and savings and 401ks and stuff like that. But when you put out bennies, you don't end up losing employees. And even if they're doing 32 hours a day or 32 hours a week, and you're giving them bennies on 32 hours, you know, it's worth it to the company because, oh, you are. Hang on. There you are. Um,
Hello.
Hi, sweetie.
How you
Um,
doing? Well,
I'm okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I would just say, you end up paying less in wages if you do 3 32 hours instead of two 40-hour plus employees. You stay under the grid as far as hours go. I mean, you're going to make out in the long run doing three employees at 32 hours plus than you will if you're doing two employees with massive overtime. Because the bigger their checks get, the more you have to pay as well on those pennies. Because it's a percentage. It's not a, oh, we pay this a month. A lot of them are just percentages, including L&I, your taxes, your Social Security, all that stuff is done on a percentage rate.
Um, I worked for a very, very large company, and my minimum stores were like 500 employees to, well,
Wow.
during Christmas time, it was almost 700. And I ran
See, and
stores.
there's a reason why they do that. There's a reason why they do that. It's cost efficient to put more people on with less hours than it is to put keep the regular people on and pay them more time.
We did a study years ago, and I remember it being what's cost effective: more people with less hours and higher wages, or it was something like that. And we used to have a standard of number of people in a store. We would have a manager, we'd have a operations manager, two retail managers, a receiving manager, a front manager, customer service manager. And then by the end of my fifth year, we were down to half of staff that was in management, and we were salaried, of course. And
Well,
it
if your
was,
salary, you're almost paid people to sit around the water cooler.
and we got bonuses, but it depended on our budget that we made, and
Your
my
output.
yeah my budget for labor was only 12%,
Wow,
and we were doing
that's
four
about right.
hundred million dollars a year in one store. And if you can figure out 12% on the top of your head, and that's at net, not gross.
400 million. Well,
No,
it's 12 million.
yeah, 8 million.
Well, 12% of 100 million is 12 million. That's easy. Just take off zeros.
And then multiply by four, but that didn't work out. They included the cost of shipping, the driver, the trucks, electricity. So we were at the net for us to
Wait,
get
wait, 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 wait. Your 12% included cost of doing business.
the cost of employees to the store.
So what you're telling me is your company was taking, I'm going to say 70 to 80% as profits and only leaving you the difference to do everything on that.
Well, that was
That's
12%
wrong.
in one department.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you were bringing in 100 million and your overhead, your payroll and your all your deductible stuff had to
Hmm.
be paid out of that 12%. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Hmm. Just like the
See,
school district,
so what they were doing is they were profiting off your work.
well
They weren't
most
allowing you a good enough, you know.
well you know that Pepsi owns Frito Lay, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay, Frito Lay
Pepsi
is
owns a lot of more than that. But go ahead.
margin. Oh, well, that's debatable because they would give us a different cost at the warehouse versus what they would produce it for each package. So that was a difference in discussion. But that was between management and them, and then we just couldn't make it. But I remember that we would get stock from Pepsi because Frito Lay was doing such as a well company in profits and growth each year. It was 120% growth was our expected level, and it was hard to keep up because we had to push out, lower our costs in hiring. So I try to get as best qualified and the best trained people with less number of people, but doing the same amount of work. But I've lost a few people that way because they were overworked.
Yeah,
They didn't care about the money.
bigger companies. The best way to look at a bigger company is like it's a dollar, one big dollar bill. Okay, um, they're saying that dollar bill. Take that dollar bill, and you get 12 cents of it to run this department, and we're gonna take 15 cents of it to pay the corporate office, and then that leaves us 27 cents out of the dollar. That leaves us what, about I was 73 cents left for the rest of the company out of that 73 cents per dollar. And this is the way I make everybody look at it, because it's really easy to look at it as a dollar. That 73 cents is now divided in half, and half of that 73 cents goes to, anybody know, stockholders.
Hang on.
And the other half of that 73 cents goes back to paying in buying product to sell. So yeah, that's how, if you break every company down into a dollar and figure out, okay, 27% goes to this and 15% goes to here, you know, that percentage makes it 15 cents when you're using a dollar. It's just like charity work. And I love cancer. I love helping cancer societies. I do. But the ones I'm going to look for are the ones that are putting 65% of that money into finding a cure instead of only 35%. A lot
Yeah,
of them big 501c4s do that. They'll pay their people first, they'll take everything off the top, and what's left goes to research or to help the cancer survivors. And it's not right that less than half of that dollar goes to them. But yeah,
even when I worked in grocery stores, they said that we only made a percent and a half profit, for each store.
Employee benefits, yeah.
No, not employee benefits. I mean, that was a profit, but they were saying that the stores are closing down because there was I don't know, it was just a big mess. This is back in the 80s when unions were being shut down and people were
Oh, well,
leaving.
yeah, when the mob was being found out.
No, the government was shutting down. Started with the FFA, the guys who do the what do you call it, the air traffic controllers.
Oh, yeah.
They as soon as they started knocking them down, everybody else, Teamsters, retail clerks, iron workers, Bethel Steel, went
Just
broke.
like housing, when it starts going down, everybody loses.
Yeah,
I
except
mean,
for
we've lost
the
all of our
scavengers.
restaurants through this pandemic, and you see what it's done to inflation.
Well, that was coming in because of three ports. I mean, even the world is in higher
Oh,
inflation
no,
than
no,
we are.
no. That inflation came because of what happened with the pipeline.
That's what I was going to say. It's the
I
supply
mean,
of
it
the
just
world. I mean,
trickled
you don't.
down.
Well, it's also
Gotta love trickle down economics. Just wonderful shit.
yeah. Well, it happened in 2008. It happened in 1970 with the oil embargo. It happened in 2008 for the companies that were writing checks that weren't backing up. You got IKG and you have Ing. You had what do you call those, the stock markets, and robo signing on people qualifying for houses that weren't qualified for their mortgages. And
Toxic. They're toxic loans and they're predatory loans. What they were
well,
doing, what they weren't doing, was doing all the paperwork and following through. And when they didn't do that, they didn't have the backing to protect that loan.
well, from what I understand, it was also the people didn't qualify because they inflated their income.
No,
That was
it
fraud.
was more the people that writing the loans.
Well,
Trust
yeah.
me, I know a lot of people don't understand that because you don't get to hear that part of it.
Hmm.
But all of them people, that the underwriters or the people, the clerks sitting in the bank writing those papers up, when they're not doing the full package deal and they're not filling out all them papers and loans and stuff, then they don't have all that information, so it doesn't get to the main bank or the corporate bank or whatever. So they don't have that money on the books technically. So when they don't have that money on the books, FDIC and the feds come in and they say, "Oh, okay, well, we don't have this, so you've got the appropriate amount backing
Hmm.
your
That doesn't
loan."
sound the explanation I got from my banker when I went to get a
Trust
bank
me,
loan.
I went through it. Just did through 2008 with my sister. She was one of them underwriters, and she did some bad stuff. She's in hiding, dude.
Oh, I know that
I mean,
because
she won't even tell me where she's at because she's gonna go to jail.
oh yeah, that's my premise of what I was going to say about the underwriting. I mean,
You know who started all of that 2007, 2008 bubble, right?
oh, I mean, back in when Bush was in office.
Yeah, you know who started that, right?
Who?
It was Wells Fargo.
Oh, well,
From 2006 to 2007, they reported, now get this, 1.25 million homes repossessed on
mhm.
their books.
Well, they were charging some of my relatives that were in the military.
Yeah.
There's a federal law that says you cannot charge late fees when they're overseas.
Yeah, when they're military personnel, they're supposed to work with them because they are serving the
No,
country
there's a
here.
law that says they're exempt from it, and
But that's who started it. And then once Wells Fargo went, then B of A went. When B of A went, Chase went. I mean, it started going downhill. They took they took over 8 million homes in that for no reason other than the people sitting behind the desk at those banks not doing the proper paperwork. And over 70% of them homes didn't even have the proper title and deed. A lot of people didn't understand that. They didn't understand that their home was being stolen by a bank. It was the biggest real estate bust to make the banks rich.
the other thing too, that one of the reasons why I wanted to come online was because when you said that everyone should pay 10 to 15% no matter what,
Yeah,
there,
10 to 12% is what I think.
yeah, well, that should be graduated. If you're if you got almost $1 trillion in your pocket and you can go to space, and you can
But if you're
use,
paying 12% on that $1 trillion, that's
I'm
12.
I'm paying 17 on retirement.
But, yeah, but
That's not fair.
and there's a whole calculation behind what you do in your paycheck. But for companies, they have you forget. You say, "Oh, okay, they got a 10%, pay taxes
Hmm.
on their income." Well, they have loopholes, of course. They can deduct just like a small business.
Right.
Okay? And what the problem is a lot of people don't understand what you pay on Social Security, they also have to pay. They pay your Social Security too. So if you're paying out two
Not
hundred
when they
fifty
pay. Not
dollars,
when they get. Most of the billionaires only get paid $1, and they borrow against their stock options because that's
yeah.
most of them get paid.
Well,
They don't.
that's
They don't
not
pay any
true.
corporate tax,
That's
and they don't
not.
pay any capital gains on it. They don't pay any taxes at all on
But that's
those.
not what's happening. What's going on is their houses, their cars, everything that's going on is being paid through the company.
Well, yeah, that means they're avoiding paying taxes.
They're all their credit cards, everything that they do is paid by the company, and it's written off as company debt because technically
Well,
it is.
it's a
But
fine
those
line between
guys
saying.
work 18-hour days too.
So did I when I was working for large
Trust me,
companies.
I've worked I've worked 80, 90-hour weeks. I don't want to
Oh,
talk
that's
about
all.
that part.
Jeez, I was working 2 full-time jobs and going to school full time.
I think everybody should pay taxes on their income to have
Yeah, but not to avoid
the
it though.
nice things. But I think everybody should pay it fairly across without finding loopholes, without finding,
No, that's the
deductions.
way the tax system is built right now. Is on that. It's built so that the taxes
I know.
advantages. I mean, that's why most of our senators are become millionaires once they come out of the Congress
Oh,
because
no, 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 no,
they
no, no,
they
no.
do
Our
insider
senators
trading.
become millionaires for other reasons. It's not because they find loopholes and deductions. It's because they get lobbied a lot. They are paid
That
to
should
vote.
be
It,
like a bribe then.
that used to be illegal too. They couldn't
Yeah,
before they could take.
it was called the anti-lobbying, but it was got shot
Yes.
down years and years ago.
Well, it started up when Clinton's took office. Yes, it was put into
Actually,
law
it
when the
happened
Clintons took
in
office, and
Nixon's.
it's done tremendous damage to our country.
I think this has been going on longer than that. I think it's been going before the 80s
They get
because I
tax
remember in
breaks
75.
to build rocket ships and become president and build golf courses.
Well, let's not
Actually,
go to
those
golf courses. This is my favorite
um,
sport.
Trump gets a lot of money for using his name because he's made
Right.
his name a corporate. But so does Joe Biden. So did Bush. So did Obama. They all done it. I mean, why are the taxpayers paying for a library for every damn president we have? Why do we need that?
Actually, most of the money raised are by their own party donations, and yes, they do get a tax break on the property and stuff like that. But most of, like, for example, the Nixon library here in California, uh, I was against him getting the what do you call it, the library, because one, he tried to steal being president again twice, and he got caught when he had to resign in disgrace,
No,
but
I'm right with you. I don't think that they should cheat whatsoever. If they're going to
yeah.
make promises, they should follow through.
Oh,
But they
please
don't.
believe me. I crossed parties and I voted for one
I
of the
mean,
Bushes.
I'm kind of curious why one point. I mean, this is something that just came up in the last week or two.
Mhm.
We just signed off through a bill. That little Build Back Better bill is 1.3 trillion went to getting
Over 10
schools
years.
back in order. For the ventilation systems and everything, and all that money is gone, and not a penny went to the schools. Where'd that money go?
I'm in the school district. I think we haven't gotten any money yet because it hasn't been dispersed yet.
No, 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 no. It's gone. It's already been
Nope.
reported as gone. It's been
No.
used. Kind of
Well,
like
if
the railway
I'm
in
a,
California. All of a sudden, they had like $10 trillion go to them, and they couldn't
well,
even get that
that's
one
one.
more rebuilt.
That's a good reason why California should leave the United
I
States,
think,
because
I
we're
think it
on
would
our own
be better if
country.
it just kind
People
of
don't
fell off
like it
into
the
the
way it
ocean.
is. They
But
all call us tree liberal hugging, I forget, hippies, over here.
Yeah.
And they don't people don't like us across in the country. And I said, that's fine. We be our own country. What's going to happen to all our taxes? We spend more taxes going to the federal government than we get
CARES
back.
Act, yes, Pammy. That's where, yeah, it's just none of them schools that were supposed to be fixed didn't get fixed. None of them. And now the unions are doing that crap again. They're saying no, our teachers aren't going to go to class. We're not going to teach because you're not doing it. Wait a minute.
Do you mean the real
We
reason
pay you
people?
out of our damn taxes. Get your butt to work.
Well, I'll tell you what, if people didn't die like my mom did this year from COVID, I would be there because I'm a teacher and I'm afraid to go in the classroom because not all the kids are vaccinated and I'm over 60. And if I get, who's going to pay my bills?
I'm over 62, honey, and I've been around multiple people with COVID. I just was taking vitamin D before COVID started,
That's
and
just like driving a
I took
car.
a
You get on
calcium,
this.
magnesium, zinc, and a B complex and a B12 all this time, and I've not gotten sick,
50 is
not
a
gotten
little
COVID
stronger
at
than
all.
65.
I mean, my granddaughter, my grandson, they both had it. My neighbors had it. We all talked face to face, no masks.
Well, I can tell you one thing. My niece works at a children's hospital, and every kid under 5, and the ICU pediatrics is full
Yes,
because
Pammy, it was given to
they
individuals.
can't get vaccinated.
Yeah, I what bothers me is that prior to this nasty crap, we used to have about 500,000 people die a year from flu.
60,000. That's a CDC number,
Well,
and that came from
and
the
other conditions, and those aren't though we don't have any reports on them for the last 2 years.
Well, I'll tell
Going
you
into
one thing. A lot of people, like when my mom got them, when she got COVID in December on my birthday, I had to put her in the hospice because they couldn't do anything for her. And then 10 days after my birthday, she passed away. And when the hospital called me, they said that the health department in California would be calling me. Well, when they called me, I told them that, yes, it's true. My mother was diagnosed with COVID. She just passed away this 10th of January. And 8 days later, my granddaughter was born, which was, a mixed blessing. But uh, the thing was that when I told them there were 22 other people that the rest home told me that my mother was diagnosed with the other 22, they told me that, and I told that to the CDC. I mean, not CDC, the California Health Department in Sacramento,
DOH,
and they don't know. It's
Department of Health. Yeah.
Anyway, they didn't know about the other 22, so they asked me for the address and phone number, and the person who's in charge of that place. So when there's 22 people plus my mother that get diagnosed, plus I don't know how many employees got sick after that or during that time, they didn't even know about it.
Yeah,
So I mean,
there
to
might
me,
be only 60,000 for flu and stuff, but
mhm.
what about the rest of them that have not been
Well,
reported?
it's
We're
just
talking for all of those categories, it's about 500,000 people a year, and
you
none
know.
of them are being reported.
But here's what I didn't finish saying. When I got my mother's death certificate, it said she died from Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So that's a lie. So if I get that and I'm fighting it right now in court to change it.
I'm betting at one point it said COVID, but because of what's going on and what the virologists are
No, you know
finding
what I think
out,
it is?
I
You know
think
what I
it will
think it
change
is?
them
There was
all
no
back
the only way you
to the
can
underlying condition that caused it.
well, it's like getting shot with a bullet. You don't die from lead poisoning.
Yeah.
It's just that when they told me that did you guys do an autopsy? No, there was none requested. Well, the only way you can do an Alzheimer's diagnosis is taking the brain out and diagnosing it
For
for Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's, yeah.
Yeah. So how did they come to that conclusion? Just like Governor Cuomo, the one that got kicked out for harassment, he's in trouble because he didn't report all the deaths as COVID.
Well, that's okay, honey. My mother was a wandering historian. She'd jump from one year to the next, and they wouldn't let me um, make any medical decisions. And the POA was my oldest brother, who was always into his own life and stuff. And the whole thing is they would not put down that she had Alzheimer's, and they put down that she had liver and kidney failure. It was, renal failure.
Did you do an autopsy? And you probably didn't want one.
Nope, they wouldn't do it because, and then all of a sudden, all of her files that said what happened disappeared.
Well, there's a guy I live close to Fresno, which is the largest city between Bakersfield and Sacramento. There's a guy that just passed away today. Oh, I'm sorry, not today. In today's news, yesterday, he passed away because our hospitals in the area are so full, and we don't have enough people to have nurses and doctors to take care of all the people, that he had to wait for a bed. He died because his kidneys went to renal failure, and because so many people are sick, they couldn't even find him a dialysis machine.
They dropped the case on Cuomo and the nursing home numbers. Why?
Because it would not panic the public, just like we don't tell
Oh
people.
yeah, they were just trying to get it out of the
Right.
public eye.
They weren't,
Once again,
because
once again, we're hiding things.
yeah,
I
because
believe that if Cuomo and Pelosi on now at simultaneously on both coasts, after they were giving Trump such hell for trying to keep people
did you know that in
calm, and
March
he
of
told them
this
not to
last
go out. Pelosi and Cuomo both
uh
told them nothing. Pelosi went down to the Chinese day parade or something, and whatever they were doing down in Chinatown and San Francisco, and Cuomo was doing the St. Patty's Day parade in New York, and kept telling everybody, no, 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 nothing to fear, come on out, and mingle, and
well, there's no more
it just
than
blew
Trump
up from there.
last year during the Christmas party. There was no, well, even the candidate for president, the African American gentleman, I don't remember his name right now at the moment. He went to one of Trump's rallies and he died 13 days later because of COVID. His
Well,
family even announced that. So there's enough to go around to say. See,
there,
for
there's
us,
a, there's a lot of things going on that we don't know too.
yeah, and there's some people that espouse what they do know as gospel, and I'm telling them, you guys don't know what
Well,
you're
no,
talking about.
I believe gospel only belongs in the KGV, but or KJV, but
What's a
that's where
KGV?
gospel believes belongs for me.
Oh, well, I'm a PE teacher, so I took a lot of biology and I took a lot of anatomy and physiology, and when I did experiments on showing kids how germs spread, because we had when we have colds and flus in school season, like the last few months, when you see 26 kids in a classroom, there should be 35.
Pammy,
That's not,
nursing homes are full because baby boomers are getting old. I mean,
oh
baby
no, I'm not
boomers
talking about that. I'm
increased the
talking.
population by tenfold.
Oh no, we have a population of kids right now that exceeded when I was a kid.
No, she was saying the nursing homes are full, and I said, well, that's because the baby boomers are getting
No,
old.
you know why they're full? In California, they're shutting them down because there is such a short staff shortage. Their
They're,
people
they're, that's on purpose.
they're
That's done on purpose.
they're getting them
Shutting
together.
down people with medical experience to help out people is just absolutely ludicrous.
Oh, we have people quitting all the time. The nurses and doctors are quitting. They're quitting all the
Oh yeah,
time.
my daughter's fully vaxxed, and her boss won't let her have her job back because her dad got vaxxed and he died. And
What?
she's like, "Well, seriously, I'm not kidding you because it was brought up in the whole conversation." She's fully vaxxed, and she was on medical leave, and her boss told her, unless you get the booster, you're not working in my homes anymore. And currently being fully vaxxed is only the first two. And
Well, I can tell you in
it's just,
California, I'm
and
not too
she
sure
blamed
about me.
my daughter for her dad dying.
In California, I'm not too sure about the nation, but I'm pretty sure that it would go across the board. During the 2020, I was working for the U.S. Census at the same time as I work as a teacher. And I could tell you right now, because people stayed home more, the CHP officer next door to me said there was less car accidents, there were less people getting on the road drunk or inebriated, but whatever he meant to say by that when he put his fingers to his lip.
I have never thought that the vaccines work. I have a reason why. I am autoimmune and I have
Uh,
severe allergies. I should never have been asked to even get a shot, let alone pressured for one. And it's
well,
not good to pressure somebody like me because
yeah,
I'm not going to do
it's the
it.
same
But
thing with me.
it, it's
I've got two
it's
cancer
useless.
issues.
What it is?
Were,
Do you guys even know that Fauci applied for 17 patents for human exploitation between 2008 and 2019?
where's that
Basically,
at? Where's that written down?
I've got it in the Fauci dossier. It's like 500 pages. I can send you the link. Um, yeah, I'm not kidding. There are over 4,000 patents on COVID since 2000 or 1999.
Well,
Um, and
I have
I will send you the link if you want it. Just email me and I'll get it to you.
I
Um, I'm not sure how to work StreamYard. Okay, it's my
Well,
first night.
the thing
Um,
that I have, I always talk to not so much the CDC or NIH or California Department of Public Health. I talk to my own doctors, and for the most part, I've come from the era of the polio. I don't know if you remember how
yeah,
bad polio
I
was
know
back
what you're
in the.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, my friends were in iron lungs, and when they were paralyzed from the chest down. And when we got the polio vaccine, we did not really, my parents, this is my parents' experience. This is what they tell me at the time, because when this polio was going on, and I mean, a lot of my friends, we were all scared. Well, it was about the same time factor. In those days, they didn't do rNDNA. They didn't do research. They did a trial and factor. They were doing the old placebo and the shot theory. So every time they let somebody die because they got the placebo, was half,
Yeah,
what,
there's a
10,000
lot.
people?
What was going on with polio then is kind of what's going on with COVID vaccines right now.
But it's
We're
acceptable
just a
and more people
human
survive
petri
because of it.
dish.
All I know is that I can tell you
Tammy,
that.
I was one of them people that were vaxxed like seven all at the same time. I have the scar on my shoulder.
Well, the warp speed was coined by Mr. Trump because he wanted to make sure that there was confidence in what he was producing to relieve people's anxiety about the pandemic. Now,
I
if you
Right
know
now
that
I'm not trusting anybody about putting that
the
crap in
research
anybody's body.
on the warp speed wasn't warp speed. He did, speed up on certain FDA steps that skipped it. He ordered it
Yes,
because he
which
wanted it faster.
was not a good idea. I got to tell
No,
you.
hold on. That rNDNA has been researched for the last 20 years. They're doing now more to remedy other flus that they can patent match and gene match per new variant.
You'd
To
be you would be surprised at some of the stuff that I could show you. It would blow your mind, and a lot of people really
maybe I
get
should send you
upset
some
with
of the
what
stuff
I
that
know.
I have that may blow your mind too.
I just I the some of the ingredients that are being used to stabilize it are just absolutely ridiculous. Um, Propylene ethyl is not a good thing. It kills people.
Well, let me
It's
put
a
it this way. I'm a
byproduct of
teacher. Oh,
propane, and they're using it as a binding agent. It's not good.
that's false. They're using it out of embryo stem cells. That's wrong. Because if the Southern Baptist Conference was going against the vaccine,
No, I don't believe in
they
Baptists anymore. They're just a group of
well, it's a
blowhards that
religious
want
group and they're
things
very
done in a
conservative, and
certain
they're the
way, and
ones
if they
saying,
don't, they cry.
well, anyway, what I was going to say was, if the fact that I'm a teacher and I get students from all over the world, even Canada, because they don't require vaccinations as much for their school age children to come into my classroom. And I've noticed that more Americans have the rubella, the smallpox, the germ measles, all the ones that are required from kindergarten to second grade. And the ones that we're getting sick from are the kids that come from schools that don't require that in other nations because they don't have a program like the United States has. So when I see someone say they're from, oh, I don't know, Austria, a lot of times I'll get their cum file and I'll look at their vaccination. Well, some of them are not up to date, even from Europe. So when someone gets sick in
Oh
my
yeah.
classroom, I kind of get leery because I'd rather be safe on the sorry side of the United States being vaccinated, just because, hey, I don't want to pay
You know,
what insurance.
I don't think that I would be so much against it if it wasn't a vaccine that literally, I mean, you have to do a lot of research to find this, but that literally changes the structure of a human cell.
That's what
It's like
happens. Wait a minute.
putting up a
That's what happens.
scaffold.
That's basic biology when two people
But
marry
but but
and they have
wait,
a
wait,
child.
wait,
That's
wait.
changing the
Not
cell.
happen. That didn't happen before. What it did, the other vaccines, what it did is it introduced a dead virus into your system so your system could overcome it and learn.
Do you
It
know
didn't
that
take
vaccines
the
were created
cell,
from dead
pull it apart
cells and
like
eggs?
Legos and then put it back together. But that's what mRNA is doing.
No, our
Yes, it
DNA
is.
is a replica. Split
No,
split
no,
division.
no. It gets
What's it?
underneath
It's
the
creating a
foundation
whole.
of the cell and restructures it.
Well, that's what human beings
That
do.
was
When
from the CDC, dear.
who wrote
It
it?
is, well, whoever was wrote it in CDC, I'd have to go look for it. But
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
it
well, I'd be glad
restructures
to
the
read it if you
cell.
tell me who the
Why
person
would
was.
CDC even post something like that if it wasn't true?
For the same reason people don't believe CDC half the time.
Well, I don't care what they believe. I want to read
No,
about
no,
it.
no, no,
I
no,
want to instruct
not
myself.
CDC. The people who read it don't believe. It's like the people who say that masks don't work. Well, then don't have a surgeon wear a mask when he's operating on you then,
And we're not even sure it's lasting 3 months tops.
or 6 months tops.
We're only being told that. What proof have they given us that it lasts 3 months? Oh,
Well, how
because
many
wait a
variants? How
minute.
many?
Wait. How many did we got on the beta? We got the two initials. Okay, on the Delta, we got the third. Omicron, now we have a fourth.
Fifth.
No, the fifth is coming up because IHU is coming in.
Well, that's the point. The
That,
variants
that's the
created.
new variant that's going to be coming around here in about. I'm going to say it's going to hit us about March, because I don't care who you are. If you look back about every 3 months, they keep saying we have to do this again. We have to do this again. IHU is the next one.
Well, the flu's the same way. It variants every year. That's why we had to get a flu shot that matches last year's flu, because it wasn't this year vaccine. It's the same thing. Everything mutates on a generation by generation offspring.
You are aware that you can't patent naturally occurring viruses, right?
Naturally curtain. Yes, we can.
Naturally
That's called
occurring
a hybrid.
viruses.
It's called a
You
hybrid.
cannot patent naturally occurring viruses.
You mean
Why are these
you
patented
mean like
then?
chemical warfare? You mean?
No, 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 no. It doesn't matter whether it's to study it, to find a vaccine for it, or whatever. And I can't call what they're doing is a vaccine, because a vaccine by CDC standards is a dead virus training our body.
You're right, Pammy Jones. That is true. That they don't give us all information that won't panic us. So if the truth was out there, then the Woodward Trump interview, when he said, "Well, I knew that,"
I don't care if it's Trump or Biden or God himself. If he doesn't have the information, it shouldn't be given to us to scare the hell out of the
no, no, no,
public.
no. It's the opposite. He said he had the information, but he didn't want to give it out. That's what he said in the interview.
Um,
I mean,
yeah,
that's his own words. I mean,
I think you're right on that. That was during the warp speed thing, and they still weren't certain. They still not certain 2 years later. I
Well,
mean,
I'll tell you
Biden
one.
hasn't
I'll tell you
done
one.
anything whatsoever. I mean, at
Well, I
least
tell you
Trump
one thing.
tried to do something.
One good proof that the vaccine worked, or the therapies that they learned since March of last year when they first started passing out the vaccine is Trump himself. But he didn't tell anybody he was vaccinated. He didn't tell anybody he went
He
to the
wasn't
therapy.
vaccinated.
And I'm sorry,
He did not get vaccinated.
he's not.
No,
He is
because
vaccinated. He
he
said it
had.
on
Wait,
Fox
wait,
News.
stop. He had COVID. They gave him Regeneron at the Naval Hospital, and they gave him the oh, what is it? Monoclonal uh
Yeah.
antibodies. And then they fed him the Z Pack and something else. That was
Then
said
he should have been.
at the
There should
hospital.
have been no. He shouldn't have gotten any of that because he said
They
vaccines.
didn't have the vaccine at
No,
that
no,
time
no.
when he got
You
it.
didn't have. No, no, that's not what I said. I said, then why does he say in just last week on Fox News? I forget the guy's name, who's one of the big talky
I
guys
don't
on.
think it came from an animal, Pammy. I really do not believe so. We had a professor from Chapel Hill, North Carolina
Who said injection
University.
of the bleach?
Well, yeah, that was stupid. Trust me, I'll agree with
Oh
you. That was
yes,
stupid.
yes, yes,
But
yes. He also said,
he was being sarcastic because of the way
I
the
certainly hope so because that would sure
media
embarrass the
was.
doctor.
He was being sarcastic because of the way the media was.
Oh, I believe him. He's
Um,
our president.
yeah, I know, and he shouldn't have done it. I agree with you 100%. It should never have been said, but he was
But
just trying to be funny.
that's a powerful
Just the way
voice.
Joe Biden, a lot of people go after Joe Biden for making mistakes, when he's trying to
Yeah,
be funny.
well,
It's the same thing. Um,
it's like right now they try to recall our governor, and the things he's done. A lot of people do not agree with him, but our economy is good. We have $31 billion in surplus in our coffers. Our unemployment rate in this area is high
which
because the national
one?
average is 3.9.
Which one?
Which one?
Governor.
The one we have currently.
We've only
The one
got
we have
like
currently.
52 of them.
52 what?
Governors.
No, we only have 50 governors.
Exactly.
The one
A lot of what's going on,
Newsom?
and people don't believe it, but I think a lot of it is to manipulate the markets, to manipulate a person's personal holdings. We're not being told everything. I don't believe that on any part, Republican or Democrat. I don't care what party they're from. We're not being
Hmm.
told what's really going on. And that's the bottom line for all of it.
For me, it's that part there. I believe that 100%. But to me, there's always 100 and 200 and 300% because depends on
Well,
if
you
you're
can't
talking
have
to.
more than 100%. And as a person, as a teacher, you should know that.
Oh, contraire. When you
No, no,
say
no,
I
no, no,
need.
no, no. You can't take something and say, here, we're going to add extra to it to make it 200%. What whether it's 200% or 100, it's still 100% of that object. You should
Not when
know
they
better
talk
than
to
that.
you about how you can double
We're not
your
doing math
perform.
though. If I take a piece
Oh,
of candy,
geez.
it's
Okay.
100% of that piece of candy. There's no way you're going to double that by looking at it or just saying it's doubled.
Can
Okay?
you double
You
profit?
literally have to
Effort?
physically change something to make it bigger, but then it becomes 100% of that object, just bigger object. So there is nothing more than 100%. That encompasses everything. A lot of people try to do that and it doesn't work. I mean, a realist knows that, and somebody that has any kind of math education knows that. You cannot go more than 100%.
You can't go 120%?
No. We do
So
that. We do that
how
as
how
a as
can you
as,
make
as
100
a
can you make
show of our
100% out of 100%?
dedication.
Let me
No,
ask
we
you
do
this.
that as a show of our dedication or our loyalty to something.
Oh,
That it's just there is nothing animate that can be more than 100% of itself.
and then companies and people should not be asking us to do double the work or
I
double
know.
the effort.
Hence
But
the
then
reason why we
not
have
everybody gives you
issues over
100%.
hours.
Well, I know as a person who watches human behavior in a workshop, I can tell you who's productive at 100% and who's productive at 50%.
Yeah,
It
who's
doesn't match.
who's giving how much of themselves? Yes.
Hmm.
I mean, a lot of people go in and say, "Yeah, I give 110% of this relationship and it's supposed to be a 50-50 deal." That doesn't work. How do you get 50-50 out of 110? It does not work. So
But you
what
can
what
get 50
what
out of
they're
100.
projecting is loyalty or dedication to the item or other entity.
And I found out that to my employees at the time I had the large quantity of employees, I can remember days that they said I did give my 100%, and my judgment is it wasn't. And that's a hard pill for most people to swallow when it's the truth.
Yeah, but for somebody to pat you on the back, you say, "Okay, thank you very much." Take it for at face value for what it is. You be gracious about it. You be humble, and you say thank you. Whether you believe it in your head or not is a whole different story. That's something you have to reconcile within yourself.
Hmm. That could be a sticking point for an evaluation because I did a lot
No,
of evaluations over
no,
my years.
because you may say, okay, I'm giving 50%, but you did a great job, and your boss, gave you a pat on the back. So what? Okay, it's a great job. He thinks it's a great job. Obviously, he doesn't know what my 100% is, but I'm gonna take it because he recognized it. Maybe that's all he's doing is letting you know that he appreciates your abilities.
Well, then I would doubt the
A
person
lot
would
of
give a pat on
people
the back.
don't decipher. They don't compartmentalize the way I do. I mean, sorry, I do. I have a lot, yeah, different. This part of the plate is in that side of the head. That kind of thing. But that's what they don't do, and they take everything and they roll it all up together, and then it turns into a great big mash of anxiety, and then we have people that do postal crap. You got to leave it where
Mm,
it's at. I mean, if it's at home, it's at home. You got to leave it there. If it's at work, it's at work. You got to leave it there. You don't take it
that
to the bar, drink your sorrows away, and then drive home and kill somebody on the way.
Yeah, my 25 years of working in retail, I can
You
and
you
20 years
don't
working,
you don't take
you
your
don't
fight
see that.
between your spouse to work and then take it out on all your workers. This
Or
is
also you don't take
this is
your
what's
your
going on
problems
is
from work
people don't know how
to
to
your home.
compartmentalize their lives.
Well, that's why we have issues right now in this country.
And your boss was probably just, conveying that he appreciated your work regardless of what it was.
What happens if the person doesn't get any compliments and does a good job?
That's where the other employees have to step up. I mean, if you're a leader in any capacity, whether you're the seniority and as a laborer, you have to step back and tell them, look, you know what? I know you've only been here a little bit, but I think you're doing a great job. It boosts their confidence, and what happens is it puts everybody else at ease, and then the workplace becomes smoother.
I've talked to a lot of my well, there's a lot of my friends have already retired, but the biggest complaint I can remember ever hearing, and I mean they were, other teachers working in manufacturing, correctional officers, POs. I'm just thinking about my neighborhood right here because we're pretty tight. I mean, I know everybody, and sometimes they complain about it, but most of them are retiring because they're about my age or so. And I just turned 65 last week, and a few of them came over, and all of a sudden we start talking about how bad work was, but yet they're missing work because the value wasn't so much getting praised; it was the work they did, the
No,
socialization,
that's
the
because they took no pride in what they did. They didn't want to be doing it, but they had to do it so they could bring home money. And that's what
no, that does involve pride because they said they missed the work. They didn't
it
they didn't
does.
get the
It
compliments.
involves every bit of their pride if they're saying, it wasn't worth it. I just have to do it. Every
Well,
bit of their
if
pride is
that's the
involved.
case, right now we have a nationwide we have a 3.9 percentage of labor. It's been the lowest since 1980s,
Oh, no,
and
no. You know what? No, I am
but
not buying that for one damn minute. Sorry.
why?
What happened is all the unemployment people that were getting it were kicked off.
No, the
So now
reason
they're not
why
counted. No, if they don't get
I'm not.
unemployment, they're not counted.
This is a survey done to
I
people of
no, I
households.
don't care
Or
what anybody is telling you. 3.9%, there is no way that our unemployment is 3.9% with over 50% of the people being out of work.
what 50% did you get the figure from?
Really? We got
Really?
75% of our restaurants are closed.
Because they
Okay?
went on to other jobs that pay
Over
better.
half of every medical institution in the country is at 50% staff. You hear that every day.
Yeah.
Where are those people? They certainly didn't go
Th-
somewhere else and get a job.
Those
Oh, wait, wait,
okay.
wait, wait. They got fired. Remember, they changed the rules to unemployment now. If you got fired or laid off because you didn't get your shot, you don't get unemployment. And the reason
Good,
why
because
that
I don't want to die
is so
from. I don't
you
want to get
cannot
sick
get
from them.
counted. I don't care whether it's paying them or not. They're not counting
Wait a minute.
those people that aren't
Wait,
getting income.
wait. Those people right now are looking for jobs that are low paying.
No, no,
One, the
no, no,
first
no,
one
no,
you
no, no.
named.
My
No,
daughter's
no,
not
hold
a
on.
low paying
Let me
nurse.
finish. Let me finish.
My
Those low
daughter's
paying
not a
jobs.
low paying nurse. She doesn't have a job because her boss doesn't want her working up there because she said she won't get the shot. She's out of
Well, then
employment, but
she
she's
should
not
be.
getting counted. She's
Is she
not
applied
getting
for
counted
unemployment?
because she does not get money.
Well, let me finish
Unless
my
you
statement. You said
file,
first. Let me finish
no.
first.
You better go do the research because unless they
I
file
think
for
you better do the
unemployment,
research. I think you're doing a disservice right now.
no, I'm not, though. I'm
But you're not
not.
giving me any. Where'd you get the 50% off? You're doing
Really?
observation. You're
You
doing
hear that
well.
every day on CNN and Fox News and all these stupid news play. 50% of the workers are not at work because, they don't want to take the shot because it's not working. You hear this all the time. I don't care what
Not
news
working.
station or
It
whatever.
is working. They don't want to take it. That's the opposite. It's the opposite.
Okay, then let's agree
They're not
that at
taking the
least
shot because they don't believe
50%
it
of the
will work.
workers are gone, and this is why we have an overrun hospital, is because there's not enough workers there to take everybody. They had to close off sections because they didn't have people to handle it, correct?
Have you been to a hospital yet lately?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Okay.
It's all
And
kinds of floors
have
are
you seen
totally
anybody in
closed
there?
off because there's nobody there, not enough staff.
Well, they're dying there also because there's too many beds in there being filled with people that can't be
No, 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 no,
attended
no,
to.
no. They're closing sections off because there's not enough staff to oversee those sections.
I'd have to respectfully disagree.
Go check it out.
You need to check it out too.
Go check it out. I'm
Well, I
telling
have.
you.
I've
The hospitals are down 50% of staff because a lot of people are saying, "Yeah, I've had that, but I'm not getting the COVID." Like my daughter, I'm fully vaccinated.
You
I'm not
mentioned a
getting
little while
another
ago that
shot
the restaurants
and
are being closed
then
down.
their companies are telling them they have to or they'll lose their jobs. If they lose their
You
jobs,
mentioned you
no,
mentioned
wait,
a job.
wait. I need you to hear me out.
You need to hear
If
me
they
next
lose,
then.
sir, if they lose their jobs because they did not get a booster, they don't get their unemployment. If they don't get the unemployment, they don't get counted as people looking for jobs.
Tammy, you're correct. Thank
You
you
need to
for.
go check out how ESD does that because, yes, I do know if you don't file, you don't get counted. If you cannot file, you don't get counted.
You still file and you appeal
But
and you get
even
counted.
through the appeal process, you're not counted.
Yes, you are.
No, you
You are
don't get counted unless you start getting money.
No, you
Been
are
there, done
counted.
that, babe. Been
An
there, done that.
administration judge would tell you that it's accounted because they have filed for legal representation and also to not to defraud. What do you call it? Delineate the number of people that are funded for unemployment. They reached their max, or they were denied. And
No,
that,
no, that is not what happened. They didn't
it's now
deny
that's
any.
what's happening.
You go back and watch the White House stuff. I think it was
Okay, let's go back to the premise you said a little while
see.
ago about
It
people
was. I
leaving.
think they stopped it before the third quarter. I think it was the
No,
end
they
of
don't stop it
August.
ever. They've been taking statistics
Wait,
since
wait, wait, wait,
1940.
wait. I think they changed it in August. It was before the end of the fourth quarter started.
They
That's when
didn't
they
change it.
said. That's when they said if you get fired, and I can look it up on the Washington State laws right now because it's right there. I have it right here in one of my spreadsheets here. Um, if you don't get vaxxed and you get fired, you do not get unemployment. If you do
Right.
not get unemployment, you are not counted as part of the people looking because
But if you're
part
fired
of
because
that, I'm not done. Part of getting unemployment is also you have to be actively looking for work.
and she
That
stopped working.
you're kidding, or you're counted through that process.
Okay.
When you don't
Also,
have to look, you're not counted. When you don't get money, you're not counted.
I don't know about
So
Washington,
the
but in California,
3.9% unemployment rate is bogus. Very bogus. I'm thinking because of everything going on, and I haven't sat down and done any calculations, but I'm guessing it's between 25 and
don't
35
guess. You got to be
right now.
factual. Don't guess. Be factual. Here's the other
I'm
thing.
just doing an educated guess, 25 to 35% from what I know.
Well, go back to the premise you
They
said that.
only want to pay people that get the vaccine. They
Why
don't
not?
want to pay
That's
people
fair.
that are
People
not
should drive
vaccinated.
cars that they pay for insurance.
But why should you give up your constitutional rights? Can I take yours away?
Yes, you have. Because if I get
No,
sick because you didn't take your shot, you're taking my constitutional right away.
no, I'm not.
Wait a minute. If I die because most of the people around me don't want to take a shot and I do,
If I die
and I
because I
still
don't take
immune
a shot, that's
compromised
on
and I
me.
lose
That's
my
because I
right,
made a decision. I can't help that other people don't understand they have to take responsibility for
then you
themselves.
shouldn't pay taxes. You shouldn't pay for your car insurance. You shouldn't wear a seatbelt. You
Oh
shouldn't
God,
obey
trust
the
me,
law.
I believe you right there on a lot of levels, but because of uh civics.
Okay, now it's my turn. You said a little while ago that people are closing down stores like restaurants like that.
Yeah.
Well, when you get paid $2.35 an hour and you get paid by people actually paying your tips to make your full wages, and you go to another job, that's where the jobs are not. There's even people that I know of
I didn't
that
make the
I didn't
rules
know they
for
were
the
getting paid two
tips.
thirty five an hour, and I
I
didn't. My
didn't make
son
it.
is
I did
my.
not
Let
make
me
the
finish,
rules
please.
for the tips.
Let me finish, please. That's when my son is a shop steward. I'm not a shop steward. He is a union representative. He just took a whole bunch of people. I mean, even what do you call it? Starbucks. Some of the stores went union because I have companies, and I won't mention the company that I used to work for. Would tell our employees, well, we can't pay you, top minimum wage. But if you go to certain federal agencies and state agencies and county agencies, you can make up the difference for assistant living. Now, why would we do that for when we say this is the way we work? And if people left their jobs at low paying jobs, how do you know they didn't get a better paying job moving someone to another
Well,
industry?
they didn't.
Name one person that I know didn't.
Every person on this block, except about 5 of them where I live,
Okay, in my
they
block,
left their jobs because when they everybody was told to stop working, you got unemployment because you had to stay home. So
right?
they were already in the system. Now follow me through. They were already in the system. Now the government walks in and says, "Oh, we're going to give you an extra $300 a week," which is, by the way, in some instances 3 times as much as they'd normally make to stay
Yeah,
home. Now,
at
wait a minute, wait
35
a
cents an hour,
minute.
yeah, I would
Now,
say,
come
yeah,
on, Hector, give
35
me
to
a minute here.
$120 a week.
Give me a minute here.
Sure.
You take $300 a week and you times it by 3.4, which is what it is when you work it out for a month. That's over $1,000 a month that they're getting free on top of their other unemployment, even if it's just $100 a month. That's another
So that if that's
$600.
$2.35 an hour they're making at a restaurant, and they rely
Doesn't
on
matter.
tips, and well, tell me, I mean, if it's 40 hours a week at $2.35 is what,
No, no, no,
$80?
no, 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 no. That
Huh.
isn't how tipping works.
Well, what if there's nobody tipping because there's no one going out?
Because then what the company does is they make up the time in the hourly pay.
But
It
there's no
isn't
money to
always two
give them.
dollars and 35 cents. What it
Well,
happened if they didn't make any tips, they got the full minimum wage, whatever the company
at two
and
thirty
the
five an hour. At
employee agreed
2.35 an hour.
upon. So it was minimum wage, most likely.
You know, if most restaurants and service jobs are closing down because customers are going in and buying their product, they don't have too much cash reserves over 6 months, and we've been out of COVID what 2 years almost now.
Oh God, I think we were never in it, but
Oh,
myself.
we were in it. Believe me, when I was working for the census, I went to a lot of places that shut us out, and we had to get the counts from the people. I mean, I went to halfway houses. I went to cars where people were living. You know, Americans shouldn't even treat Americans the way we did. I mean, last year it just opened my eyes up and how people treated each other.
I don't think Americans treated Americans badly. I think that they were being led wrongly.
Exactly, I believe you 100%. That's why they're in the cars.
I think the leaders were doing a very bad job and freaking out over stupid shit.
But I think Americans did too, because when you go to a store and you don't think this is correlated to anything, but
And when
when you have four
Tammy, when has
people,
he given me a chance to finish?
when you have four people in a register and they're working 40 hours a week, and then you go to Walmart, Home Depot, or whatever large chain stores, and then you got one guy operating four registers,
No,
and
Trump didn't start that stuff. He tried to
no,
keep.
no. I didn't say
No, Pammy did. Pammy did.
no.
Sorry.
That wasn't Trump. That was business. Business has been doing that for at least last 10 years that I know. Believe me, I'm into retail. I know management. I know the number of people they should have in the store. I know the bottom line, the cost of certain things. But when they say by putting one person running four registers and the customer is actually the cashier, I can't see that promoting jobs for Americans, because Americans are doing it, because American companies are the ones doing it to the employees. Did we lose everybody? You know, the funny thing is, when you say bad leadership, I'm thinking about all the Americans buying Chinese stuff because it's cheap. I mean, all the companies are sending. The pandemic brought up one thing: we rely too many companies on foreign lands to make anything that we
Too
have.
many foreign companies on American land.
No, Ford's in Mexico, Ford's in China, Ford is in Europe, BMW's here. Who else? Toyota. You name it. I mean, Bethel Steel, the biggest
Well,
company.
they're doing that in everywhere. That's what I was
Yeah,
trying
but
to
it's
say.
not. That's
They're
not
doing
as.
that everywhere.
Yeah, but that's
Trying to
not
get
as
a
causing up
foothold
the
in
national
every
security issue.
country.
Well, yeah,
And I think all countries do it.
but it's not an excuse for us to do it, because then we look at the national security we had in problems. Now we can't even get chips for our military.
And how hard is it for us to take back the United States from
Tell that
China?
to IMD and all the computer companies
Nothing happened, Pammy. I had to go let out my dog. I'm sorry.
where they were going to Taiwan to build all the chips from Intel and AMD and all those. They're going to build a $1 billion plant to put on in California. But then we have problems with people being educated enough to run it. And I'm
Well,
the
it doesn't have a
manufacturer.
whole lot to do with education because you're going to find educated people wherever you go. It has to
Oh yeah,
do
I
with
know.
the
And they
politics.
teach.
It has to do with the taxes. It has to do
No, it doesn't.
with all kinds of things going on, and whether or not the company is going to profit any whatsoever. That's what's going on. Hi, Anna.
No, I believe me. This is the first year I ever heard kids ask to go back to school because they wanted to. It wasn't.
Oh, I don't think kids should ever stop school. I don't care what's going on. I don't think they should have stopped school. There's a lot of reasons I'm not going to say here because there are other things going on that happened just right before the pandemic that made it very prevalent. But I'm gonna wait for the proof because I think it's coming really hard and really fast.
No, this has been going on for the education in the last 30 years. I've been in education for 25, and the standards have been going down because we're trying to keep the numbers up, saying that they graduated with the skills they need.
Unfortunately, Fammy, it's not about the money. It's about the gold and silver. What backs the money, and we have none of
No,
it. Money's just a piece of paper that they print out so we can trade goods. Basically, we can't always give our services to one person because you know um, maybe they don't need a house built or something, but that person wants their goods. So we made up money as a transaction. It's been in life since forever.
well,
Teachers were dying
yeah, teachers are dying.
for what?
Well, the two that I knew in elementary school and one in the middle school, they died of COVID.
Teachers die every day from
Yeah, but not of
flu,
heart
from car
attacks, not of
accidents,
cancer,
from being drunk and running themselves off the road, from being shot from some other moron carrying a gun that shouldn't be.
or people not taking vaccination because they believe they're immune or herd immunity because they'll
There are
rely
a
upon
lot of
the.
kids in school that have religious rights that have not been vaccinated, and I didn't see any teachers dying then.
Oh yeah, they did.
No, I don't think so.
Do you ever hear?
That would have been right up front a political ploy for in either side. I don't care whether it was
Oh no,
independent,
no, no, that's
Republican,
not
or
true.
Democrat. Somebody would have used it.
There's one thing that I have to tell you that I know parents, you know, really believe in, that say, and and I understand that
No,
because they
I
got to
don't
go to
believe
work,
that.
but who's going to pay their salary if they do die of COVID? Let's just say, for example, she goes to work or he goes to work, he dies of COVID, is diagnosed with COVID. Who's going to pay that parent's salary and who's going to take care of her or his kids?
Social Security does.
You want to live on Social Security only on?
Social Security sends
Does
money
make up
to
the
the other parent.
okay in
If the
California, the
child is
highest
under
state.
18 years old and they died doing anything, that other parent can file for Social Security for that
But it
child,
doesn't
and they
cover
get a lot
medical.
more than people on SSI.
Okay, let me ask you. No, they don't. No, that's not
Yes,
true.
they do. They get over $1,200. Trust me, they give over
My
twelve hundred
house
dollars.
payment is
Listen,
$1,200.
please. They get over $1,200 a month. A person on just disability barely gets $841, and only because of this year.
Do you know how much a house payment is in California average?
I don't care. California's stupid.
Well,
Trust
I
me.
seen the faults of other states and
I
cities.
see Californians coming to my area and thinking they can buy a $95,000 home and turn around and sell it for $250,000 in the
I'll do the
same
same
month.
thing. That's smart.
And we don't want it up here.
That's smart. That's going to happen anyway.
No, it's not smart at all because what's
Why?
going to happen is that they're riling up the towns and chasing them out.
Oh,
Trust me, I
so they're
see it
breaking
every day.
the law to get people out of the country.
What?
You said you're rallying them out of the city?
No, running them out of the area.
That's illegal.
No, it's not.
Running them out of the county or city?
Yeah, no, it's not.
So if I came to California,
How is it illegal to laugh at their post and post that you
oh no,
think
no,
that
no,
they're
that's
being
that's
stupid
fine.
Californians, Oregonians coming to a certain area and bringing those silly ways that made them leave that state?
Well, I can tell you a few reasons, and I'm one of them.
Well, in our area is dominated by red, and when the Californians
Well,
come and do that
that's not the
here,
color I
we
was
just
that's not the
laugh
color I
them
was
out, and
thinking.
they have to bring their prices down because that place sits empty, and their company goes under because they still have to pay their mortgages.
So you rather have
No,
people
it's
make
not
less money to buy a
discrimination.
house to buy a lesser
I
house.
don't care what color they are. They could be green with purple polka
That's
dots.
not what I said. I was talking about the
Everybody in this place
color.
is going to laugh at them and not purchase their property
I
because
was
they're
talking
being
about the color
stupid.
of money. I wasn't talking about. Oh, jeez. I was
I mean,
calling about the
we're
money.
not gonna we're not our area anyway isn't putting up with it. We're not going to let the Californians come in and drive prices up.
Well, that's not a lawful idea, but
It's not unlawful.
if you want to harass people from
We
not
don't
staying,
harass them.
what do you call it then?
We can post the hate. Look, you're not going to come in here with nobody's going to buy that for $250,000 when we know last year or last month it was showing for 95,000.
What about the
That's
guy who
not
sells it?
discrimination.
How about the guy who sells it because he wants to make the money? Who's a Washingtonian?
They probably didn't buy it under those conditions. Trust me, I've seen what's been
What if they
going
did?
on.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with your state person?
What state person?
The person who's Washington owns a piece of property and sells it to a Californian, you're gonna ridicule him too or her?
Oh no, what we have are we have the criminals coming in and starting these houses on fire so the places can buy them down under uh destruction. It's happening all over this town, and it's
Mm.
happening a lot.
So we should do the same thing to Washingtonians that come down to here.
Washingtonians don't go down to California.
Show me that every person born in Washington lives in Washington
If
still.
they do, they're from the Seattle area trying to get away from Seattle.
That's not an
Because
excuse.
I'm going to tell you what, 80% of this state is GOP. I kid you not. It may be blue. We know we were screwed over.
Let me ask you this: does your state allow euthanasia?
Of animals, humans.
No, humans.
Humans. I don't know. I've never looked.
Oh, okay, because I'm not familiar with all the states and all the country, but I think it's one of the states that allow. Forgive me for saying, they allow people to die on their own wishes. I don't want to say suicide because I already had a person
It's
last week.
assisted suicide, is what it is.
Yeah, but
But
that's
I
that
don't know.
only
I don't know.
well, if that's the case, then it's not a GOP philosophy because I know that right to life is something.
I don't know. I've never
mm,
looked into that.
Let me see.
I've never been given reason to look into it.
Oh, I have a person who's got cancer really bad, and she's been living with it for the last 18 years, and she spoke of it not recently, but it was something that you got my attention when you said that. It's kind of sad because she's a really nice person, really lovely person. Her husband's
A lot of
mm,
people are really nice person. They forget their humanity when the Benjamin comes into play.
exactly.
And that's exactly what happens. And a lot of us up here don't want that happening. We like our community. We like the humanity.
Unless it's somebody else that you don't agree with.
No, that has nothing to do with it. We don't
Yeah,
want somebody with $1 billion from California being chased out of California because of the prices and bringing those ideologies up here and then forcing that on everybody up here without them doing their research.
yeah, you do have a law. It was passed on November 4th, 2008,
Oh
went
well.
into effect March of
Oh God,
2009.
Obama was in office. Okay, yeah, that
Yeah.
explains.
Well, still,
Hey, I
let's
voted for him too. It was a big mistake.
yeah, that's the one thing that being Catholic myself and going through 12 years of Catholic school, um, I really feel against abortion. Um, but I'm only saying this lightly because we were also taught in our school that we do not put our religious beliefs in our state government.
So
But yet,
that must really piss you off that the Pope has
no, it didn't,
that
because you're
he
not Catholic and
agreed
you
that
understand why.
abortion should be legalized.
Well, He didn't say that. He was talking about
Oh, he
homosexual.
did.
Yeah. And the thing is that if you know Catholicism is a term that uses universally. It accepts all people, no matter what their beliefs are.
Grand
Yeah.
old party, Pammy.
What's that? Oh,
Oh, GOP. She wanted to know what it stood for.
yeah. It's
Grand old
changed.
party.
I mean, it's a confusing times for the political, but Washington having assisted suicide and all that, and I don't think that should be done. But at the same time,
Well, I got to tell you though,
hmm,
Washington State is currently fighting Jay Inslee on a lot of things though, because he keeps making these laws or whatever ordinance, whatever you want to call them, after the people have already voted and said no, and he does it anyway. There's about 16 or 20 laws that he's being sued on to reverse them because
well,
he did them
it's just
anyway, even after the people said no, you're not doing that.
well, that's just like the fact that it goes in course that 81 million people voted for Biden and 74 million voted for Trump, but yet people can't even say that he was legitimate, even when they try to hang Pence, his own vice president. They even built a gallows on on the federal property. I mean, it goes to what you want to believe. It's not a sense of right or wrong. It's just, is it true or not? And I can tell you right now, Ted Cruz is in big trouble right now because he opened his mouth and said, "Hey,
He
we're
did.
in, yeah, he's in
He's
trouble,"
going to
and I'm
find
glad.
himself voted right out of office.
Well, he lied in the beginning then. And which time is he lying? Beginning or at the end?
It doesn't matter. He's a politician. He does whatever he does so for his own personal gain.
Well, that's the people who voted for him too. It's their fault.
That is true. And trust me, in Texas, it'll show.
Oh yeah, believe me. Ever
It,
since they had
it,
the
it
free,
will show in
ever since
Texas.
they had the freeze, my wife's whole family lives in Texas. All her grandparents, her oh shoot, those only three brothers that live in this town, and over there there's 12, and my mother-in-law is from Texas, from the same town. And believe me, it's and it isn't going to be pretty. I can tell you that right now.
What are the beliefs and policies of the Republicans? Is that what you're asking?
Or Democrats?
Well, Democrats used to stand for something, but ever since the Clinton era took in, they kind of went wonky.
Yeah, and mine was
And
from when
and
I
I
was.
was a Democrat for a very long time, and I voted, but I couldn't keep going with the Clinton era. They were just screwing
Well,
everything up. They changed
when
a
you
lot
have
of
two
things.
Republican presidents try to steal, the way of how
I
they get
don't
into
believe Trump
office.
tried to steal it. I think Trump was exactly right. I
And
think
I
we're going to
think
find that
because
out, but it's going to take years to find it out.
no, it's not, because
Oh,
60
I
of
think it
his
is though, because everybody keeps fighting. I don't think. I mean, it's kind of like what's going on right now with the January 6th committee.
I know that's an
If
insurrection.
nothing was wrong, why doesn't Pelosi want to show her emails between her and the sergeant of arms?
They were stolen. Her laptop was stolen by that guy in the chair.
No, it wasn't.
And
No,
then
it
one of the
wasn't.
people tried to
No, no,
sell
no, 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 no,
the
no, no, no,
Russians.
no, no, because that's in the cloud. Let's not go there,
If it's in
okay?
the cloud, then it's easy to get.
Yeah, well, but
If
she
you
has
have
to
it,
want to give it up, or they have to want to subpoena it, and they don't want to do it.
well,
And
let's
she don't
have
want to give it up freely, and the reason why is because she ordered them not to be there.
let's try let's well
And
that she broke the law.
police were um um gosh,
Well, the
escorting
federal
Antifa
transmission
in.
the federal transmission rule about everything that's in government is transparent. It should be
No, no,
presented.
no, 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 it's not. No,
So
it's
if
not.
Trump did the same thing, then
Uh
is that why he's fighting to go to court and not to have his email? I
no,
mean, his
because
emails
the president's missives are protected under law because of what he does.
when he's
You've
currently the
got to really
president. The
read the
laws
laws about it. You've got to read the laws
I
about it.
did. The
His
law says The law says the president of the United States has the right and privilege during his administration to keep all communications private. And then Biden, the next president, or even before Trump, if Trump said, hey, all the previous presidents' emails and the logbooks and telephone records can be viewed. That's why he's going to the Supreme Court, because he wants to make sure those are not given out.
It doesn't matter whether he's president or not. What he did during
That's not
presidency is
true. That's
protected.
not true. He's even is
Pelosi,
he's
ah, come on, you gotta let somebody else talk too.
same
Um,
thing with you.
they congressional members, the laws were changed at the beginning of 1990s early. I don't remember when, but it started that they could start lying and saying stuff. It wasn't always that way. They had to tell the truth. But
Well, all I
during
know
the Clinton era, it got changed, and now she doesn't have to without a subpoena.
then why is Trump going to the Supreme Court to prevent Biden and the National Archives to release all White House documents?
Doesn't matter.
It
I
does
don't
matter.
think the whole thing is I don't think you're going to find anything. I don't think anybody's going to find anything in there other
Well, if
than
that's
him
the
blowing
case,
his
then
top. But Harris is doing the same thing now, doing exactly the same thing.
well, if it's the same thing, they're both wrong then.
I think they're all wrong.
Okay,
Not
so
just Democrats, but Republicans too.
if he wants to release his communications, all his phone records, all the logs of visitors, all the people that were in that room on the 5th and 6th of January, even if it was just people going to visit the state capitol and no one died, the 5 officers or the lady who
Well, the
was
lady died,
of course,
an unarmed lady.
she was a
Why was
veteran.
she
She
shot?
took it. Well, why was she shot?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where's the guy? Why isn't the guy that was posting stuff to go and break down the doors and break open the Congress? Uh, he was making the situation more festered 2 days prior, the day before, and the day of, and he was helping people and telling them what to do over a bullhorn and everything. But he's not in custody like the rest of them are. He was an FBI agent. Why isn't he sitting in and out of jail?
What's his
Why
name?
is
The
it
FBI agent.
selective?
Oh no, it's not selective.
Oh,
Right
very
now,
much selective. If he
well,
was an FBI agent doing that, he should be sitting in jail just like everybody else.
including the poor boys.
The poor boys weren't there.
That's not true. The guy admitted, who's the head of the poor boys, he in Indiana said he was there.
Maybe as a person, but not as the group.
Oh no, he had Oath Keeper patches on with the 12 other guys he was with.
I've done a little research on the poor boys, and I know they're more than just a couple of people.
Oh yeah,
They're kind of like the KKK, and I don't care who they are. I don't like them. I don't like the bullshit that they play.
but I don't like their
But I don't like what Antifa is doing, and I don't like what BLM is doing either. They're all causing chaos that doesn't need to be caused. Every one of them. No different than what the KKK did in the 50s and 60s.
Well, all I know is that why would the GOP, the people who were backing up the flags that they were carrying with his name on it, wanted to hang Mike Pence?
No, stupid people talking.
What
Haven't
would
you ever said, God, I wish you were dead to anybody?
Right.
And not mean it?
And how many people did die because they didn't want them to die?
I don't know. How many people died because Antifa burning down businesses? How many people died because Black Lives Matter were killing people? And why did the top 3 people in Black Lives Matter take as much money as they could from donations and buy themselves multiple houses and then just leave the whole thing completely?
Well, one question I'd like to ask is why would the people who were fighting against the cops, who are law and order group fight and hurt the cops.
They didn't. The cops opened up the thing. Did you not see that part?
No,
They
I saw the
opened up the
opposite.
gates
They
so
should. They
everybody
should.
could run to the Capitol.
You don't. When someone crosses your property, do you have a right to protect your property?
But they weren't even trying to protect it. They opened it up. They moved all the fences and opened the doors.
I think you need to
They
watch the
let
video
those
again.
people in.
No,
You need to watch all of it.
they told them to stay out.
No. You need to watch all of it because they opened those gates. They opened those fences and they opened those doors and let those people in.
Well, okay, if they let them,
There's
in,
even a Capitol police officer on tape going, "Can I show you where the Senate is?"
yeah, and I believe that he got arrested too and fired from his job.
No, he's not. He's
Who is
not
his
in
name?
jail.
What's his name? I don't know his name either. But I know it was a news announced a news thing. They did mention his name, and I don't remember it. But I know he got fired because he allowed people to trespass.
He had to get fired because it was what they needed out in the public. He's
Well, I
getting
think it was
paid
because
for
it's
not
derelict of
being
duty.
there.
I think it was derelict of duty. That's what he got fired
I
for.
don't think it's derelict of duty at all. I think that they were part of it. Nancy Pelosi, Trump tried to put in 10 or 20,000 National Guard down there on the mall. Pelosi denied the request
Did
twice.
Pelosi pay for the plane flights and buses to the Capitol?
I don't know, but I know that the Capitol Police escorted Antifa in on 4 buses.
Because I know that the people that are being 175 people that have been indicted, 107 of them are getting up to 5 years of prison. I know that
That's what they
60
say.
I know 60 cases the
Why
federal
are
government,
they still in jail and not had a bail hearing? Isn't that going against their rights?
because one of them wanted to go to Jamaica. He wanted to leave the country.
One person wanted to go to Jamaica, so 107 had to stay in jail.
Well, this one
I
case
can
that I know,
understand a flight risk. I can understand that.
then they must have all been flight risks then, because they
No.
actually,
You know how they found out who they were? They told Bank of America to get into people's accounts, and anybody that bought a plane ticket to DC was getting arrested. Bank of America gave them the information without that person knowing.
did you know that most
They
of those
were in
people
their account.
did you know most of those people were arrested because they were identified by their family members
I
or
don't think
members
he
of the
was
community?
fired, Tammy. I think he was repositioned. I think he got
No,
a job somewhere else
I'll tell
away
you
from
what.
the media's eyes.
I'll tell you what. Find out his name, give it to me, and we'll see if he's still on the payroll.
Right now. I think you're all wrong. There are 107 people sitting in jail without a bail hearing, which is a civil right.
Does that mean the same thing that people who cannot afford a bail should be that have no money at all, and that's possible? They don't have enough money for the bail, even at 10%, or someone co-sign for them. They can't get out. They should stay in jail, or let's release them out.
Yeah, but even under our laws, they have the right to a bail hearing.
Right. And if they don't come up with the money or don't have financial means, do they stay in jail? Because I believe that if they don't have the money, we just do what do they call
His
it?
name is Harry Dunn, but he's still an officer. 6 Capitol police officers facing discipline for January 6 actions doesn't absolved. Capitol police officer charged with obstruction. Capitol cop told January 6 rioter to hide evidence.
I got the wrong
2
one.
Seattle cops were in U.S. Capitol in January and fired.
Oh, fired. Okay.
This is ridiculous. This is thoroughly ridiculous. You can protest your Congress people.
Yeah, I will. I usually do.
I'm sorry, but if I'm going down to protest and I get arrested and they don't give me a bail hearing, they're supposed to do it within 72 hours across the land. None of these
But not
people have had
every.
bail hearings.
The only person that gets out if they get bailed out with someone supporting them, or someone giving them money, or they have their own money to get out, or else they
How do
stay
you
in
know
jail.
what you're saying is true, Pammy?
It's not true. They've got everyone in the
How do
Constitution.
you know what you're saying is true?
Well, I know one
Everyone
thing.
has got rights. I'm not saying right or wrong for either side. What
Did,
I'm saying is that by our civil liberties, they should have had a bail hearing.
what I don't know if they didn't. They did have a bail hearing, but they couldn't get out because their statement or evidence of them not being a flight risk wasn't satisfactory to the
Because
judge.
every news outlet in the world is saying they haven't had bail hearings. They're being held without bail.
Well, I don't. I have to disagree with that because I know when we went to court for my car because I had we
Except
moved
these people protested. Let's get this straight. These
hmm,
people protested the Capitol, went into the building,
protesting what
whatever. It doesn't matter, whatever it was.
they
Okay,
were. They
they
were.
got wait. Let me finish. They got thrown in jail. They were held. They're still being held. Why isn't the people starting fires all over this country, shooting people in, say, like Seattle or Portland, causing destruction and damage, killing people,
You
or
mean
a
you're
good
talking about the
officer?
protests? You're talking about the
Why
rioters
aren't
at
those
the
people
Capitol
sitting in jail too? Why aren't they even being charged?
because one
I
was
don't listen
city.
to Fox. I don't listen to any of them, Pammy. I certainly don't listen to CNN because those idiots are paid to lie.
Well, you should have seen Cruz and Tucker yesterday.
I don't care.
No, I mean if you want to say
I think
the
they're all wrong.
well,
When they report news only to whatever they believe, whatever side that may be, it's wrong. Because what you learn in school is that you have to report both sides, both pros and cons. That is not happening on from any news station.
hmm.
Yes,
Um,
Penny, I do remember the Rodney King riots. I lived down there. I lived between the Bloods and the Crips. I had to friggin' hit the floor every damn night.
and now if we're in a
I
shopping mall,
was
we got to
there.
run. If we're in a shopping mall, we got to run too because someone's going to shoot us in the malls or the
No, Rodney
theaters.
King riots were not the same as BLM. They
No,
were not.
yeah, those cops beat him.
Those cops were not taking money from George Soros to screw up the country either. They did that because they were racist cops. And they deserved everything that they got. I don't believe in it no matter what you say.
It's
And your
funny that
skewed view of being one sided is really ridiculous because any person, any human, I don't care who you are and what you believe, you should want the truth, whether it's good, bad, or ugly.
boy, that's going to be a shock to the nation.
Good, bad, or ugly. I don't care. You need both sides. You don't take it from one side and then make it your own and believe it. So this crap about GOP is not what it's about. The GOP party right now has switched sides basically with the Democrats. They're trying to keep people from losing everything in the friggin' world.
And keep
And
it for
every time
themselves.
these stupid Democrats want to keep pouring more money into the system, nobody's ever going to want to work again.
Pammy
Our
Jones,
capitalism is going to go right downhill and we're all going to be screwed.
Pammy Jones, I can tell you right now, George Floyd is the only one that's documented on film. But I can tell you from my life experience working, living in the 50s and living in the 60s, I remember just being the wrong side of town. And because you had an accent on your voice, that you were from California, you got your lickings and you had to put up with it. Things changed when people started saying, "Hey, don't do that again because I won't like it."
I'm
Well,
not sure if I'm believing a big lie or if you are, Pammy.
whoa.
I've seen some of the stuff that the Democrats have done
And I've
with
seen a
every
lot
bit
of
of evidence behind it. And they were wrong. They still are right now, trying to give out millions and billions of dollars to kill everybody. That's what they're doing, is trying to kill everybody off.
I don't think that's true.
I do.
Well, here's
Why
why.
would they want to throw billions of dollars into a society when they know what they're doing causes inflation? I
Well,
mean, don't we have enough homeless as it is?
does the war cause inflation?
Yes, it does.
During Vietnam, during my era, it does. And
It does.
this last war we've had for 20 years, the majority of our debt right now in the last 20 years
Was
was
done
mostly
by 90% of what was done in our debt was done by Democrats. Trump came in.
When Clinton,
There was
look
12
it up. When
billion
Clinton
or
left
12
office,
trillion
we were in the
dollars on the books.
surplus.
He added
When
3 trillion through his 4-year term. Everything else belongs to a Democrat.
this last bill that we had for raising the debt was only 4 years, and that was 7 trillion, not 3. It was $7 trillion. Look it up.
Our debt right now is $29 trillion.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather spend money on
It was
people than
21
war.
trillion when Trump came into office. He
Huh?
spent 3 trillion.
I don't think that's true.
That is very true. Everything else has been spent by the Democrats. And for what? To make people homeless?
Or
Not
people
be able to
die.
afford a four wall box to live in to stay out of the elements? To have to shit in the street? To have to turn to drugs because they don't want to think about their life?
Well, that's another thing too, is that we blame cartels for drug use. That's not true. They're only making business money.
They're making it possible to get a hold of them.
Well,
That's
you don't
about
think?
all they're doing.
Do
It's
you
still a
remember the?
personal choice.
Do you remember the drugs for Contra? Oliver North, Reagan era,
Yes.
CIA, George Bush, all that. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But it wasn't any, I mean, even on a scale, it wasn't anything like this is.
I would differ because only
Hey,
thing is that whole governments were involved in it. You're right. 7.8 trillion, and just when Trump was in office, and 1 year later, it was $23,000 per person, and every person in the country. We can pay that. $23,000. That's easy to pay.
we've already paid that in
Nope.
our taxes.
No, because Mitch said that we cannot afford this race because there's
I
not
don't
enough
care what
traffic.
Mitch McConnell says. He's bought and paid for.
Well, that's true, but the thing is that what he stated was fact because it came, which is a non-profit, governmental, bipartisan group that's supposed to tell the truth. Because if they do, then I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, 720 because of the war effort during the time that they gave these
Show me
large.
that it's a lie, Pammy. Prove to me it's a lie. I don't believe either side. That's just my point.
Well, that makes it.
Because they lie all the time to get their way so they can stay their little butts in office and make buco bucks and have all these connections so the lobby people will give them money to vote for them. It's all a lie.
Should be in.
What's going on? You're having a R2D2 moment.
Who?
You are.
I'm not familiar with that phrase.
Oh, it means you're sounding like a robot. Something's going on with the internet. I don't know why.
No.
It happens to everybody, though.
How about now?
No, you're fine. It just comes and goes.
But the thing is that
Tupac, hi baby.
we're able to discuss this because
I
other
know I
people,
am. Now
no
you're
matter what
doing
their
it
belief
again.
is, again,
Yeah, you're kind of fading. It's kind of like you're losing signal or something.
yeah, well, I'm gonna pick up the
Look,
rest of the kids today. I have my
are
grandkids
you
today.
walking through your house? Is that what you're doing?
No, actually, it's
Oh,
more.
hmm.
But anyway, Trump appointed, and he lost every one of six except for one, and then it was by the appellate court of Pennsylvania.
Pammy, that is so just not true.
All the judges
The judges didn't even see the proof. They didn't get close enough to even having the proof submitted. You need to read it. They didn't. They were denied because of some stupid stuff. They didn't even get to see the proof that was given. So how can you say that that was false? They have never seen it. You need to go back and read about it all the way through. That's exactly why Arizona is winning.
Arizona just concluded the
And
ninja.
Georgia and Wisconsin and all of them are following suit. They're doing exactly the same thing. And what's
And New Hampshire.
happening is they're supposed to be holding on to them ballots, but they're
Well,
finding that all those ballots are being burnt or just disappearing somehow.
the Supreme Court in Arizona just what do they call it? Refused to hear the lower court because the ninja counted more votes in the second recount for Biden.
Except a lot of them votes they couldn't count because they weren't handed over.
That found
So they've got
thousands
to
and
get through
thousands
that
of
first.
boxes.
They're appealing it and they still have to get through it. But why is the counting keeping it away when it's if it's supposed to be so right and so true, why don't they hand them over?
Then why these trucks that
$2. Here, babe.
they were hidden and were driven to wherever that ninja were counting them again, and the guy admit that they found more, and that Trump actually lost a few, and then when they tried to
No, you have to go beyond that because
no, that was the end, because that was it was all
it hasn't
collected.
ended yet though.
Oh, it has now.
It's not even over.
Well,
It's
then
just
let me ask you this
barely
then.
beginning.
Then why is it the state Secretary of State is being threatened by her life because she approved it, and she's a Republican?
She-
Why does violence have to be in this?
Why are the counties not turning over the ballots? Because
And
they're
why is
supposed to hold
Georgia
them.
investigating?
Listen. The ballots are not being turned over, and
Oh, that's
neither
not
are
true.
any of the drives.
That's not
That
true.
is supposed to happen when they are asked for. They were subpoenaed. They've been denied that. Why?
No, they were given full cooperation. As a matter of fact, so much full cooperation
They would
that
no,
they had to
no,
do.
no,
They
no,
had
no,
to.
no, no,
Yes,
no.
let me finish. That's my turn now.
But they didn't get full
No,
cooperation. Those ballots were never turned over.
I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with you, because the guy who was head of Ninja,
I know.
secured.
Ninja said they only got a portion, and
No, he
because of
didn't. He
that,
said he
they
got
can
full.
only subject themselves to a portion of the whole state.
Then someone lied to him, or he lied to us, because when he was on his own website, I don't want to go back, because a lot of the things that were said on there were so untrue. I'm not going to go back. But if you go to his website, and he noted that all boxes were accounted for, brought into this, he actually what do you call it? Escorted the boxes to the site. He helped and supervised unload all the boxes. He certified all the boxes from all the counties, brought them in.
He did not.
This is what he said.
That is not what he said.
That's what he said.
Where did you get that? Because that is not.
His
I watched
website.
the hearing.
His
I
website.
watched the hearing. I watched 16 hours of that hearing. He never said that once.
He didn't say it. He didn't say it. He
He
said it on his
said that the
website.
ballots were being withheld, and so was the drives
Well,
from from
all I
Cook
know is that.
County, and that they did not have full cooperation. They did
Oh yes,
not.
there's so much in full cooperation. They had to decertify all the machines, and now the
They did no. They
taxpayers.
decertified the machines because they showed that they were changing votes.
No,
You
because
should
they
go back and
accessed them. They
watch the
got the
whole
passwords.
hearing.
They're no longer usable.
Hector, go back and watch all 16 hours of that hearing. I watched every minute of it. He never once said he was given full access.
How come
Not
the press?
once.
How
In
come the
fact,
press wasn't
he
given
put a
access?
presentation showing how much he was missing and that he had duplicate ballots and that they were from different places and he had thousands of ballots that didn't even have an address and nobody signed for them, that they were getting. Oh, it's wow. No.
Well,
You guys really need to go back and watch that whole hearing.
no, I
I
don't. I don't
watched
need
the
to
whole thing.
because your own party, state of Arizona,
It wasn't out of his mouth, dear. It was not out of his mouth.
it was on his website. Check his website.
He was not given access
Will you check his
to
website for
the
me?
ballots.
Would you check his website for me, please?
He was not given access to the ballots. They were missing. All the ballots.
If that's true, okay.
All the ballots that were supposed to be held for 7 years,
okay,
by law, were missing.
Let me ask you this: if that's true,
why would they do that?
Hold on. Why would they not do that? Tell me. I'm going to ask you a question.
Why would they not?
Question is, if Trump and Biden's ballots were in the same box, how did they know which is which?
It didn't matter which is which.
What?
They wanted all the ballots. They were not given any of the ballots.
Okay, so if the Trump ballots were more than the Biden ballots, then Trump would have won, correct?
They still haven't determined that because they cannot get the ballots.
Yeah, who's cheating though?
Who's not handing them
over?
But
I'm not even going to talk about that. What I want to talk about is all those poor people that are sitting in prison that did not get a speedy trial, that are not allowed to have bail. That's bullshit.
That's what I said, but
that's
they told me I was lying.
That's against our fucking Constitution. And all those Democrats that are doing that shit should be all locked up in prison. That's a bunch of shit.
Let me ask you this.
People
they haven't had a bail.
Are there any current people outside of the insurrectionists in jail? They have not even had a bail
hearing yet.
Yeah, I'm talking about these people that have been held for over a fucking year with nothing.
I know.
They're just in jail.
I know.
They have money for bail. They have money for bail. They just won't let them out.
Her text messages between her and the sergeant at arms.
That ain't that. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of communist China. It reminds me of Russia. It reminds me of Venezuela. It's communists are taking over our fucking country, and a lot of people are too blind to fucking see it.
Well, it's happened before here. It's still happening now. Believe me, my family is in corrections and law enforcement. They hear this all the time, and they look through their files, and it happens to the average daily American when they don't have finances or they have a high.
But these people, what you don't understand, dude, is these people have finances to pay their bail. They weren't given a bail hearing.
You don't understand the law. The law states that if you have a felony, there is no bail. For murder, example, there was no murder, right?
Yeah, who did they murder? Who exactly did they murder?
Exactly. Seknik?
The unarmed little woman.
What?
Seknik, the police officer that died.
The police officer that died of a heart attack? Is that what we're talking about?
The one that didn't
We're talking about a police officer that died of a heart attack. Okay, so how exactly do I murder somebody by making them have a heart attack?
Okay, so if a person commits a crime,
all these hundreds of people, all these hundreds of people are in prison for the one guy's heart attack.
I didn't say that. I said
you did. You said they're in there for murder.
Well,
You're
as I say,
right. Try again. It's
when
not
a
about the
let me let
law.
me let me
It's
speak now.
about
Let me
power.
say one thing. Well, please. If a person goes in to rob a bank and one of his co-conspirators,
I don't believe that at all, Pammy. I don't believe any one of them waived their rights to a speedy trial.
Yep. We have rights as Americans to speedy trial.
Not
Or
none
else
of them had
you
a
have
bail
to.
hearing. It
And
doesn't
dude,
matter
if you're
if
so
they
fucking
do or
into
not.
law
They still
enforcement,
have to have a hearing and a
if
bail
you're all
hearing before
stoked
they can
on,
swing their
law
rights away,
enforcement,
and they
because
haven't
I
had
have
that.
relatives that are in law enforcement,
mhm,
when you go into jail, you still have a right to a speedy trial.
and how
It
many
don't
days
give
is
a
See,
that?
fuck if you had
that
a
doesn't
if you're
even
a
come.
murderer
That
or if
that
you robbed a bank,
Let
if
the
you
talk
wait,
talk.
wait,
if
wait.
No,
if
No,
let
you
talk.
that right to a
if
speedy
you're a
trial
drug
waiver
dealer,
doesn't even come until after the second hearing. First hearing is a bail hearing and your plea. The second one is where you decide whether or not you're gonna sign off your rights to a speedy trial. Don't even go there with me. Been there, done that. I have to write court briefs all the time.
Well, let me ask you this: when a person commits a crime that involves a handgun or a gun by another person, or a police officer, and the police officer shoots a suspect in a bank robbery or a home invasion or whatever high crime, okay, and a person that's associated with him in the bank robbery or any kind of felony, does that person get charged with murder even though he didn't shoot his own accomplice?
Is it a Democrat DA on there? No. If it's a Republican, yes.
Well,
I'm sorry to tell you. But here, let me answer that question with a question. Why aren't all these people committing felonious assault on old ladies, old men, and whatever? Why are they walking out of jail the same night?
oh, we had here a year ago, we had some dumbass
Hey, Nancy
four
T, how are you, babe?
stole 4 cars in a row, 4 days in a row. Each time he was all methed out. They let him go each time, and they finally put him in jail when he almost stabbed somebody to death.
Yes, try again, but that is only after they're given an attorney in the second hearing.
And they said they didn't want to put him in jail because they were afraid he was going to get the big C. Well, if you're afraid to get the big C, you probably shouldn't do any crimes.
Why did the cops allow people to cross the barriers? Why did they open the
Dude,
doors?
why
dude,
did they have
Why
to
did they
cross
show
the
him where the
if
barriers?
Senate
if
was?
What's the
if you
purpose of
watch
barriers?
if you watch the beginning of that, you can
Hey,
see the
Maria.
officers go over, remove the barriers, and let the people go
But
into the
but uh,
Capitol.
but she just said right now that there was officers allowing them to come in. So how is
Yeah,
that?
they
They
moved.
did.
You if you watch the footage,
You
the
have to
people
watch
are
all the
outside the
footage, not
barriers.
just what some are being shown.
Yeah, they
You've
they
got to
show
go
the
look
barriers.
for it.
The
Would you
cops are
allow a
up
person to
there.
come to your house and smash
They
it?
they you could actually watch them pull the barriers away and basically tell the people to
It's
go
step
ahead
back.
and go in.
Well, here's the part. I'm not in authority to say you can go and stay. So whatever they presented themselves in front of the judge, or they didn't have time. I don't know what's going on with all
They
this.
haven't seen a judge, dude. That's what we're saying. None of them
That's
have
what
seen
that's
a
what I've
judge.
been
They're
Who
trying to
hasn't
tell
seen
still
a
you.
sitting
judge?
They have
fucking
not
jail.
had a bail
Who has
hearing.
not seen a judge? What person has not seen a
Every
judge?
Every
one
one
of
of
those,
them.
Give me one name.
every one of
All of
them,
them that are
all of
being
them.
held, they
They're
have
not
not
one
had a
name. That's not
bail
their
hearing.
names.
Oh my God. I don't know Dick, Harry,
Hector,
Jane.
Hector,
I don't
Well then,
know their
every one of
fucking
them that
names.
has
It
been
ain't my fucking
arrested,
relative.
if they were not
hey, watch your mouth,
Antifa,
please.
BLM, or under orders by Pelosi, they have not had a bail hearing. That is
Oh
the
my
first
God. We got a little
hearing.
girl here. I got to watch my language.
So is my granddaughter here. That's why I asked you, please.
Yeah, yeah. Let's refrain from the language if at all
Yeah,
possible.
please, because my
All right.
granddaughter's right here. She's only
But
2 years
it's
old, and I
it's
apologize for
really
telling you.
But none of them had even one hearing. They're all just
Well,
being
if
held
that's the
without
case, if
bail.
that's the case, you guys should talk to the DA in Washington D.C. and complain to them because they will listen to people
But
who
that's what's
complain.
going on, dear.
That's not
That's
what's
what
Dude,
you
going on
don't
with you. You're just
understand.
complaining about it. You should be going to their office and telling them.
there's
Trust me,
hundreds
they're
of
getting
people,
You're an
millions of
American.
hundreds.
You're an
letters from
American
across the
citizen.
country.
There is
Doesn't
hundreds
matter.
of
You're still a
thousands of.
citizen of the United States.
They
There
are
are
getting
hundreds,
millions of letters across the country, and they're
hundreds
throwing
of
them
It shouldn't be
away.
hundreds.
thousands
It should
of
be
complaints.
10,000. There should be one letter for every person that went
That is,
to that.
There
Hector,
are.
that is
There are
why there's such a
100,000
huge
letters
debate
that have
going
already gone
on.
in.
Hector, that is why there's such a huge debate going on, because everybody knows what's going on. I mean, nobody, not even their family, can get in to see them.
Not
I,
their
I don't.
lawyers.
You know, if you're saying that lawyers are being denied
They're
their
being
visit,
denied everything.
you know, so I'm going to call my district manager, my district representative, and see what he says about this, because I'm sure that
Is he
we do not
GOP or
respect.
is he Democrat?
He's a Republican.
Okay, ask him.
And
He'll tell you the truth. Then.
Okay, now why would you
and
believe him as a Republican and not a Democrat? That's prejudice.
Because I don't know if you know this, but when Pelosi says, "Oh, we're all going to vote no," why would she say
No,
that?
that's a part of the GOP.
How
They're the
does
part
she
of
know
them.
that every Democrat is going to vote no until they have a vote?
Well, we know that when the Republicans vote in
No,
the Senate,
because Pelosi is a very cruel Democrat.
wow,
She
okay.
tells them what they're going to do, and if they don't do it, she holds stuff over them, and she withholds Democrat funds for reelection. That's how she does it.
Well,
It's been proven time and again.
we'll see. You see, the thing is that you said one thing that I agree with you 100%, and that a truth does tell the story. I mean, this is something that I've always.
The military. I didn't say the military was threatened.
I didn't say that.
I
I
said
said
Trump ordered 10 to 20,000 National Guards up, and Pelosi stopped the order. She said no, and
she
she
has
did
no
it
authority to
twice.
do that. Only the
She
sergeant of
has
arms
the
does.
authority to do it.
The sergeant of arms does.
No, she oversees
The
the House.
Senate sergeant of
That's
arms.
her responsibility. The buck stops with Pelosi.
Hey, hang on. I got. Hold on, please. That was my
So,
wife. We woke up my granddaughter.
what are you doing up so late, honey?
Me?
Yeah, Tupac.
Oh,
I know I'm not supposed to be up,
Hey,
but
Juan.
there's only 2 garage sales tomorrow, so I'm not going.
but anyway, I'm glad for one thing that people can speak their minds and not have to worry about it. The only part I didn't like was the bad language, but that's
I think
Sorry about that.
I think
appreciate it.
Tupac
Thank you.
would agree with me. We don't like a lot of things the Republicans are doing.
Well, I agree that both parties.
But right now, with what the Democrats are doing, there's no way.
Well, being from a very Republican area, and being that my neighbors are mostly Republicans, my position as a teacher, I can't teach bad information to my students, because when it goes back to their parents, I get all hell. Believe me.
Okay. So can I ask you a question as a teacher?
Sure.
Are you not in class because the union told you not to be in class?
No, my doctor did.
Okay. What about other teachers that you know of? Are they not in class teaching because the union told them to be there?
No, their doctors don't tell them not to be there.
I don't think every doctor in the world is telling every teacher in the world not to go to class.
Well, the doctors who believe in drinking Clorox and putting a light down their throat, they don't.
There are not doctors that believe that.
I wasn't talking about doctor. I was talking to people who believe that Trump said that.
Everybody believes Trump said that, but it's a matter of how Trump said it is what people don't understand. He was being sarcastic.
I hope so, because they didn't believe it when I heard it.
I kind of laughed because it was stupid.
Yeah,
I don't think he should have said it, but
that's something you don't.
Sarcastic.
But if you're president of the United States, you'd be more intelligent enough to say.
Not a damn thing, Juan. That's just my point. They're not doing anything good. Ever since the Clintons in the 90s changed the way that lobbyists were allowed to pay off politicians, it all changed.
Boy, I'm older than you
That's
guys.
also when they put in the law that the politicians could lie without getting in trouble. They could take money without getting in trouble and all kinds of stuff. They couldn't do that before the Clintons came into power.
Well, you can do that when you were during the Nixon administration.
No, they couldn't.
Well, yeah, they
It
can.
changed in the 90s with the Clintons. It's
Hey, I
what
was in
Bill
high school
Clinton
going to
pushed for.
Vietnam. I was in high school going to Vietnam when he resignated from the office because he lied.
He lied because it was
Yeah.
illegal to lie, and he knew it.
No, it
Now
wasn't.
you
Not
can
until the
lie,
90s.
and
This
it's
is
not
1974.
illegal to lie because look,
No.
Bill
As long
Clinton
as you're a
lied to
politician
look
and you
look
say
at
it well in the course of being a politician.
Well, I
Bill
had the same
Clinton
thing
said,
with
"I never had sexual relations with that girl." He straight
Mhm.
lied to Congress,
and
but they
someone else
found his
grabbed
semen all
12.
over her
Excuse my
dress. And
language.
Oh, it all ran down to one 2-letter word. Is.
Don't say it, please. It's bad enough
No,
that it is.
no. What I said is the whole thing came down to what the word is meant.
Shoot,
Is
we
what
go back.
happened
We can
in
go
that.
back to FDR, and we can go to Wilson. They all had mistresses.
They all did. They even had a fund to pay people off.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And even the
I don't agree with
non-disclosure,
any of it. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's right. I think they
yeah.
all should be in jail.
Even before Trump was president, he paid Summer, what's her name, off.
They went to they. Well, you got to read the whole backstory to that, love.
Yeah,
He
I
knew
don't
what
want to
he
hear.
was
I don't
doing.
want.
He
I
was
don't
a
want to.
free
I
agent.
don't
He
want to
was
hear about.
having sex with a prostitute.
I didn't
He
want to hear
tried
about
to
the
blackmail him.
tape. I don't want to hear about the Bobby Bush or whatever his name
No,
was.
I did. Well, listen, what I said. He was a free agent when it happened,
No,
and
he
so
was.
he got engaged with Melania, I think, and she
She was
tried to
pregnant with her
blackmail him, and
son.
he wasn't going to have it. He took her
He
to
was.
court.
He was. She was pregnant with. Well, never mind. At the time, he was that she was pregnant with her son, Barrett.
Barrett, yeah.
So when he did that, I'm going, oh,
But
okay.
it doesn't matter. She tried to blackmail him. That's a felony. But not having sexual intercourse with a prostitute is not.
Are you talking
But
about Trump?
she didn't go to jail or face charges for blackmail, did she?
Well, what I'm gonna want to find out is
Right.
when this.
I mean, if you're going to believe in the laws, you got to believe in all the laws, not just pick and choose which ones suit you.
I agree 100% on that.
So Melania did wrong too, or not Melania, but the what it was, Snowy or Stormy or whatever her name was. You know, she should have been thrown in jail for blackmail, but she wasn't.
Then why do you pay her if that's paying blackmail?
Just to shut her up.
For what? For the truth?
No different than putting gas in your plane for him.
Oh my God. Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's for him. It's no different than putting gas in his plane. Do you understand?
Well, I'm talking about the imagery when you said putting gas.
No. I was just it's no different for people with money. It's no different than paying off, your office bill.
That's too much money. If you can do something that.
Oh my gosh. I mean, seriously, why did she go to jail for blackmail? Blackmail is a felony offense.
When was she in prison?
That's what I'm saying. She didn't get charged at all.
Well,
She
okay,
blackmailed Trump. You pay me money, or otherwise I'm going to tell the world that we had sex.
And he also had it wasn't what's his name had to pay her? What's this guy's name?
Yeah, the attorney paid her off to shut her up.
Yeah.
Why didn't he go to jail?
I have one question that you can.
Seriously, why didn't he even lose his license?
I want to ask one question that kind of confuses me a little bit. Why did Trump call the Georgia Secretary of State, who was, by the way, a lifelong Republican?
Okay, hold that thought for a minute, Hector. Sure. Come on, Pammy, are you serious?
What's going on? What's wrong?
I don't care. A man is a man is a man. They're going to say stuff to other men that don't sit right with women. And women say a lot more worse things about men than don't sit good with men either.
Tell me about that. Trophy wives.
So that statement is just thoroughly out of bounds. It doesn't matter. There was nothing wrong with speaking words.
Mike Pence said in a recent interview that he called the and gave the order for the National Guard over an
After
hour after Trump.
Trump gave the order. That is not right,
That
Pammy.
is true. He did give the order.
Whatever your source is, and I'm sure it's CNN at the way some of the stuff that you put up there is, it's not true. Pence didn't have the authority to do that. Only
Oh,
Trump did.
hey, I'll let you know. Your girl Pammy Jones there just hates Trump with a passion.
Oh
Just
yeah,
hates
CNN
his
See,
guts.
watching.
see, Tupac as
She
a
she
Catholic, I
doesn't
cannot hear.
I
care.
know. A lot of the
Tupac,
stuff she says is exactly mimicking what they've said.
Tupac, I
And
can't.
99.9% of the stuff that CNN has been saying for the last 6 years is absolutely wrong. They've
As a
been proven wrong time and again.
Oh, like Trump was working for the Russians when it was actually Hillary and all the Democrats. Oh
I
my
know.
goodness.
I didn't want to vote for Hillary, but I
I
didn't
wasn't
want to
working for
vote
the
for Trump
government. I mean, for
either.
the
And
Russians.
I started doing the research on Trump to prove that he was in bed with the Russians. But everything that I found led back to Hillary, and it led back to Perkins Coie,
Ki-
the attorney firm that works for Hillary Clinton that has an office in Paris.
And what
Can I?
really sucks is
Oh,
like
jeez.
Obama's dude that
Hey,
kept coming
KL.
out on CNN. Oh, I've seen all the reports. He's working for Russia. I've seen all the reports. He's working for Russia. Went on the news every day saying that. And then when it didn't happen, why is that guy not in jail?
Pammy, I'm going
Because
to tell you
of his
what.
government.
This is exactly true. Trump Trump was never wanted in office. They knew what he was going to do because he had been involved in a lot of the economic stuff for the 40 years prior in the US. They called him the Capitol Hill for economics. Okay? And you can look it up all you want. They knew what he was going to do. They knew that he was going to turn it around and make it back into a capitalistic country and make this country run. They knew from the get go that they were going to destroy him with no proof whatsoever. And that dossier was all made up by somebody Hillary Clinton paid.
It's funny that they made a big stink about Hillary's emails, which I kind of figure it's the same thing as not providing that information to the National Archives. That Trump is going to the Supreme Court, that some people say are, stacked and packed with, conservatives, which most of them are Catholics. I can't believe that, but that's the truth.
Yeah, don't get me
Yeah.
That
started on Catholics.
I
It's
am
really
one.
funny how Hillary like acid washed all of her computers and devices.
And broke them with hammers and stuff like that so nobody could find. Yeah, I
And
know.
just,
It's
It,
and
kind of
just
weird.
as same, just as other people, I can't remember who the person was that was using a private email instead of the national security
yeah, that
login
was
system.
Hillary.
No,
That was
no,
Hillary.
this is during the Trump administration. I think it was his daughter
No,
or
Yeah,
no, it
his.
was
that's a very
no,
good
it was
question,
Hillary.
Juan. That is a very good question. What did Trump do that was so bad for this country while he was in office? I don't
He
know.
got
A lot of
he got a
people have
lot
a
of
lot
people
more
jobs.
money in their paycheck without throwing the country into a fluctuation of inflation.
Excuse me,
You
I got
know,
a
the
post
best thing
Hold on.
he did for this country was he told vets, if you have a problem and you need to see a doctor, go to the emergency room. We will pay for it.
Yeah, he
We will pay
started
for it.
doing stuff for people that needed help. He started rescuing kids from sex camps. How is that so bad?
Well, there are some people who believe in this country that the laws are only cited for the people who believe in the Constitution, and then
Or
if they
that
don't
have the
believe,
money to fight them?
well, that's true. But what I'm saying is that if I stood, well, I'm not going to use myself as an example, but the problem I'm having is that because one person doesn't believe what you believe in, you're totally wrong. It doesn't matter what side you're on. And
Pammy,
I
you're
really,
absolutely blue with no red, no white, and no black in
there's
there.
no such thing as that. Not in this country, not at this time. No matter if you say you're not blue or red, there's always a topic or a subject that
I
causes a
was
person.
Democrat. I was Democrat for the longest time.
That
I
has
did not want Trump in office.
shoot.
I
I
did
know a
not.
guy. I know a guy down the street that was a bank robber, but he's the nicest guy in the world. But once he was a bank robber,
How many presidents promised to make Jerusalem the capital? Every one of them, and they didn't do it. Trump was the only one that had balls to do it, and everybody said, "Oh, you're going to
no,
start
that's
a war."
true.
Didn't
That's true.
start a war.
True. Trump went against the community, the world community, saying, "I will put our embassy in Jerusalem." Everybody else thought it would cause issues.
He has followed through on every promise he ever made. They
Well,
were afraid of that because it would turn the country around.
my wife just told me to keep it down, and my voice. No, not you guys. Not you guys. Me.
Sorry, wife.
It's okay. No, I mean,
It's a healthy
she thinks
political debate.
she thinks this is unhealthy, and I said no, it's healthy because even if I don't convince anybody, I got my point of view because that's what America's about. I'm
Tammy,
supposed to
why
be.
did he need to wear a mask? He was already infected. He was
I mean,
already immune.
not to
He
his
was
wife
trying
and
to keep
child.
the country from going into a panic, and we see how that is turning out.
We knew he lied about that too.
No, he didn't.
According to his own words on recorded video, yeah,
For what?
he didn't want to close the place down. That the
He was
Democratic,
never going to either.
not him. Let me finish my statement. What was I going to say was he didn't want that to go up so that the Democratic governors would close down and let the rest of the country make their decisions to close down or not.
He knew he couldn't do that. He knew it was up to the states.
Well, that's what we call about transparency in the government.
But he knew that. He said it. I cannot make that decision. That is up to each individual governor. He stated that in front of the whole media world.
Yeah, one person says the buck stops here, Harry Truman, and the other person says doesn't stop with me, stops with the governors.
Well,
That's not illegal.
there's a lot of time in between those two presidents, and a lot of laws have changed.
He also
So it
said
makes
about the
it a little
military.
different sometimes.
Well, sometimes, but the principles are the same.
Hey, where do you live?
California. Where do you live?
Yep, me, California.
Okay, you must be in the red part of the state.
San
I
Diego.
think there's a lot more red people than a lot of people give it credit for.
There's a lot of red state people here in the Fresno area. Very, very. You know Nunez, Representative Nunez. You know who that is?
Yeah,
He's my representative.
nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, he didn't. Pammy, that is not true. Some people that went in to talk to him about some stuff had COVID. They were not aware of it because the test that they took the night before showed them not positive or negative.
Hey,
But they
Tupac,
were
I have a question.
positive,
I have a question
proving that
for
the
you.
testing kits did not work. Hello,
Yeah.
Elton.
My question is: does your experience in life cause you to believe more than one thing or another because what you've gone through?
Me?
No, Tupac.
I've been through a lot of stuff,
Yeah, me too.
and
The reason. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, most of my life, most of my friends have been black. They're all Democrats,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm a very what people
Oh,
call
Josh, are
a
you in the basement?
very liberal Republican, if you could
Mhm.
say that. But
Liberal Republican. Wow.
yeah,
Okay.
do that all in one thing. But it's really weird. When I was young, we were on welfare, lived in low income, we were poor.
I want to answer this when you're done.
I've seen a lot of stuff. Seen drugs and stuff destroy people's lives, and
That's because the tests don't work, Pammy.
and there are people that are coming from Venezuela. There are people that are coming from Cuba that are warning all of us to stop the direction we're going because
Oh yeah,
they're
yeah.
going to take over. The communists are going to take over.
They were
And it's
warning
all
that it's
about,
exactly how it happened in their country.
yep, that's how it happened in Venezuela and
Tammy, I want
stuff.
to show
It was
you
all
something
about sharing the money and stuff,
as soon as I
Mm-hmm.
but
find it here.
but it didn't work out that way because corruption sets in.
Yeah,
And
I believe
the
that.
system is already so corrupt, it's starting to remind me of Mexico. A lot
I'm
of
glad
people
because I'm.
leave Mexico because of the corruption in the
Mm-hmm.
government there. The
Yeah.
government, the police, everybody are working for the drug lords,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a total corrupt system. It's a lot like Chicago. Chicago has been a corrupt system ever since the city was established.
Mayor Daley, basically the real, and also the Chicago mobs.
Oh yeah, go back to Al Capone and
Yeah.
everything. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's just one after another. It's if you look up the most corrupted city in the United States, Chicago comes up.
New York would be
Okay,
second, probably.
I'm gonna pull me up and do full screen because I want to show Pammy something, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, go.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay, so
go
it's gonna
smoke a
be
little
on
something.
camera,
Something.
and I don't want you freaking out because I got this from Wits. Okay. Oh gosh, I don't know that I can get it any better.
No, it's got you get a little closer, Pam.
I
I
don't know
mean,
that it'll do good close.
no, it's still fuzzy.
Hi, Elton Jones.
Can anybody read that a little bit? What's circled?
No,
I
ma'am.
can't. I'm on my phone.
Okay, what's circled says COVID-19 test kits ex- exports by country in 2018. The spreadsheet was made in 2016. WITS is a logistical company, okay, that's owned by World Bank, which is owned by the Rothschild, okay? They were exporting these tests to different countries in 2018. How would they know we were going to have COVID-19 in 2018?
Because it was predicted in 2012,
Mm-hmm.
No. They were taking orders for these tests.
but it was predicted in 2012, is from what I've
Do you know
heard.
why they call it COVID-19?
Yes.
Because that's when it was first discovered.
Mm-hmm. How many years ago was that?
Well, it's 2022. That would make it
It
3
was
years ago,
actually
2 years
just
ago, and change.
discovered in 2019 and it went around the world in 2008, only killing 800 people at that time.
Well,
And
that was a different virus.
no, that was COVID SARS too.
Correct.
I can find all that stuff. It's in my Facebook somewhere. Um,
But what's the specific question?
well, Pammy was saying the tests, you know, and what did you say up here? Um, something about he wasn't tested or the test didn't work or something like that. But the whole thing is none of the PCR tests work. None
Well,
of them. And a lot of
I'm not
people
going to
think
say
half
that
of
any of
them
the
were
tests
infected.
don't work, but the fact of the matter is that we're dealing with something that is, as they said from the get-go, novel,
No, it's
meaning
not
new.
novel though. It's only
Li-
novel
Yes,
if it's
but
new.
it is. But it is new. It's a
No,
new
it's not.
variant. It Were it not new, we would have had it under control.
And anybody on this channel, anybody on the panel, if you want the Fauci dossier, send me an email. I'll be more than happy to give you that link.
Fauci is crap.
Well, I'm not saying he isn't, but the dossier is very long, it's very tedious, very dry, very scientific. But it gives all the patent numbers for COVID. You cannot patent a naturally occurring virus. And
But
everybody keeps saying it's a naturally occurring virus. It is
but
not. It's a
wait.
man-made virus.
No. There's a difference. There is a difference. The
No.
COVID, listen, The COVID virus is a naturally occurring
Who's
virus.
hitting that? Mute yourself.
You
Mute yourself.
who?
I think it's Tupac.
Oh, okay,
Who?
right on. It sounded like a water bong.
Mute yourself.
I am done.
The COVID vaccine or the COVID virus itself, yes, it is a naturally occurring virus. What we are dealing with now, the SARS-CoV-2, is in fact a lab-borne virus that has been genetically altered.
Yes.
So,
You,
of
Do you know which
course,
lab it came out of, though? If you say
come on,
Wuhan, you're
Will.
wrong.
Well, where do you think that it did come from?
It came from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, University of North Carolina. The professor and 2 Chinese spies were arrested for trying to transport it to China.
And when did that happen?
In 2018, and that they happened to be carrying millions of dollars from the NIH, from Fauci himself. They were doing tests on the virus at Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. You will find that a professor and 2 Chinese spies were arrested for trying to transport that virus to China.
For attempting to.
Yes, they were caught.
So then, when did it? So where did it come from then? Where? No,
From Fauci, from the NIH.
let me re-ask. Where did it escape from?
It didn't escape. It was made.
It escaped from a lab or someone's
The
facility.
NIH,
Where?
National Institute of Health, wherever Fauci's place is.
Where did it? Where was the leak original that it started infecting people?
It was here.
China.
No, it was not China.
It
No,
was
no,
in
no,
China.
no. It was
So wait.
taken to China.
Yes, it was.
This is why China is fighting so hard about the Wuhan lab. It's because it did not originate there. It
It did not.
originated here in the
It
U.S.
may not have originated there, but
That's where they took it to release it. Because
But
China
that's where
wants control of the United States.
but that's where it came from. But I mean, that's where it was released. The whole reason that I'm sick
Kind
right
of,
now and
yes.
everyone else is sick is because they took it over there. Even though people got caught over here trying to smuggle it, it got taken over there and released.
You all
Because
are
they were
aware
paid
of
to do
the
it.
2 news stories that came out within the last week that several people were infected prior to the announcement that we had COVID-19 in November, December 2009. They were found to have COVID in August and September.
Well,
Oh,
I can add
right.
only one little thing that I know about biology is because some of the things that I studied before, that genes in any
Uh-oh.
kind of biological cell, no matter if it's a healthy one or a bad gene, whatever, the DNA can be sequentially numerically sequenced in the backtracking how far the deviation came from. That's called mutation. And I know that the original one that Juan was talking about when he's asking where did it originate from, you're saying it came from South Carolina, you said, I think. And he's saying,
Chapel Hill University
okay,
of North Carolina.
okay, there's only 4 labs that I know that was made a news report by the military defense that said there's a lab that the U.S. Army
Yes, I
keeps,
do, Pammy. 100%.
the one in Russia, the one in China, and the one in Korea. Now, I may be mistaken, but I think Korea is not one of them, but I'm pretty sure it's one of the 4. The United States keeps a stockpile of all variant.
Yeah, level 5s. I know.
Yeah,
DARPA.
and well, even the flus. I mean, simple things
But
that are.
what I'm saying is that regardless of where it was genetically altered or modified, the fact of the matter is that the mass spread of it, whether there were a case or two here, everything points to Wuhan.
No, that's because they want it to point to there.
I have to agree with Juan
They
in
want it to
in the
point
sense
to
that
Wuhan.
in the sense that the majority of people diagnosed with the original COVID-19, the number of
Okay,
people
Right.
do you guys
contact.
remember the two that came up in China?
I'm sorry.
SARS and the other one?
Well, SARS are
Okay.
different also. They're different
Okay.
variants.
Correct.
But okay, keep that in mind now. You already have two infections that came up in virus or up in China naturally. They took control of that themselves. They shut their country down. Remember? Does anybody remember?
Yeah. Well,
COVID did not start there. The other two started there, and the Chinese people took it in the face on that one. They knew it. And they are avid that this did not start in Wuhan. Avid. That's
and
because it
and
didn't start
and you're
there,
going
but
to
it's
believe
made
that.
to look like it
And you're
started
going to
there.
believe that after
Because
it's already been proven that Fauci had
how many
the
people
funds.
would believe it started there? Like literally everybody, because they already had two outbreaks. You gotta think bigger.
Yeah, but you got to remember, for the first year and a half, they said it was a conspiracy theory that it came
Right.
out of there, and then um, since in the last year after
The
Biden
fact
Well,
of the
there's
matter
plenty of
administration,
is,
time to
now the
fix
had
the
it
news is
books.
saying,
had it
"Oh,
started
it did come out of there."
There's plenty of
had it
time to fix the
started
books and
on
pay
U.S.
people off.
soil, had it started on U.S. soil, the premise of everything would have been insane.
Okay, now let me approach this question to you. If the world had found out it had started on US soil, okay, now I'm air quoting here and putting up parentheses to throw this in here,
Right on.
because right now people are saying that China owes us like $300 trillion because of this virus. All right. If the world had found out that it had originated on US soil, does anybody but me think we'd be broke now? I mean, so broke that everybody would invade us.
Okay, but check this out. Look,
It is. It's
if
chemical warfare. All of it
no,
is.
absolutely. But the fact of the matter is that it didn't. And the fact that it started over there, I mean, why would no one be saying that it started here and not there?
Right. I believe that
Why
Why
too.
would the
would
Chinese wait?
anybody
The Chinese
why would
who are
anybody
our,
be admitting to starting it here?
Well,
I
why
mean,
would the
as soon
Chinese?
as that professor and those Chinese spies were arrested and jailed and whatever, it went, the whole story went bye-bye.
Exactly.
Let's put it this way. Let's say it did start in the United States, and we have 800,000 people so-called diagnosed that had died from COVID. Had it started here and it went to the other countries, and then they bloomed into large numbers, and our numbers are larger here than they were over there in, let's say, the European continent and the Asian continent. Don't you think that that if we had that many people dying more, even though with the conditions of our politics and not wearing masks, not vaccine, and not non-seniors and all that, don't you think that if it did start here, like you said in North Carolina, I'm sorry, South Carolina, Chapel Hill, don't you think there would have been more than 800,000? In China, they have 1.2 million just in one city, and they shut that place down, in every part of it.
And
Like
how many people
they'll
died?
arrest you if you go out of your apartment. Here we don't do it.
I know,
Well,
because
so
of the
that means that
control.
Well,
we
It's
would
the
that's
have had
part of
control
their
tactic.
control too. I mean, they look
But
for anything
but
for control.
right. But
But
just think if the control wasn't here, we didn't
where
have it
was the first case?
in Wuhan.
Seattle.
no,
No,
absolutely not. It was in Wuhan,
it was in Wuhan.
and it was with the
Well, because
doctors
that's
that
what.
that were working with it
Whoa!
that
That's because that's what we were
disappeared.
told.
No, because the Chinese admitted to the
No, they
outbreak
didn't.
there.
They haven't admitted to anything.
No, they admitted that they had people being done there, because even Trump complained that they didn't notify him early enough.
The
So we
doctors
have
that were
a
initially
professor and two Chinese spies arrested for trying to take a deadly virus out of the United States. our first case is in Seattle, and then all of a sudden everybody starts looking at Wuhan, and just miraculously all these people at Wuhan lab die. Does anybody see something wrong with that besides me?
I understand what you're saying, but the fact that those people,
Yes, indirectly,
listen,
Tammy,
wait,
but indirectly. I don't, not the way you think I think it is.
it's not that those people were dying. The initial doctor that said
Yep.
that something was going on,
Yep.
he from Wuhan, he disappeared.
No, he actually
Yeah.
died. He was
And so did the lady that was working with the bats. All of a sudden, she just died too.
He didn't die. He disappeared.
Yeah. And the
I'm
lady
pretty
that
sure he
was
did die.
actually doing the tests with the bats just died.
Well, let me ask you this, Pammy. I'm sorry, not Pammy.
Ike's girl.
Ice girl. Tell me, did anybody from Chapel Hill pass away from the COVID or any complications from doing the viruses in that area?
No, because it was supposed to be a level 2 lab. It was supposed to be contained. It was being taken out, believe this or not, as I recall, in a coffee container that was insulated.
Well, if you looked at the
You
pattern,
gotta look into the story thoroughly, and you have to do the deep dive and follow the story. But yeah, it took me like weeks to find the whole story. It was there for 2 days in front, and then it was just gone, and nobody's ever remembered it.
I'm gonna grab a beer real quick.
Yes, Tammy, I
Bring me
believe Obama is responsible, but not the way you think. I think only in the way that because of the billions of dollars that he shipped to them, it allowed them to create whatever they need to create to cause it. But directly, no, the jihadists did that. But it was because of the money they were given.
Long story short, Ice Girl, if you have a trail that leads to something that it originated from this country, I'd very much like to see it.
Look. You can Google it. I think it'll come up. If not, go to DuckDuckGo.
I have it on my phone.
Put in Chapel Hill, University, North Carolina professor arrested with Chinese spies or whatever, whatever you want the parameters to be. Yeah, there's several stories out there. You just have to want to look it up.
Hold on. Chapel Hill professor arrested.
Chapel Hill University of North Carolina arrested with Chinese spies for virus or whatever. Like I said, whatever parameters you want to do, follow your own leads, follow your own nose, read the stories. You go down the rabbit hole. You'll see.
Okay. So again, and this is all I'm going to get back to on this, is that regardless of whether it came from over here or over there, who was funding it?
NIH.
Under the direction of who?
Fauci.
And
by way of the U.S. taxpayer.
And who is the piece of shit that we need to get rid of?
Fauci.
Yeah.
Like he's keeping it alive, and then he pulls it back, and because the people start getting angry about the shutdowns and lockdowns and whatever. What's the word I want? The restrictions being put on us. People get upset, and then he backs up a little bit, and then he takes a step forward, and then he backs up a little bit, and each
Anthony
time he
Fauci
takes a
is
little step forward, it takes a little piece away more.
He and you know what
it's kind of like saying wear what? No mask, one mask, two masks, no mask. Get the shot, don't get the shot.
Anthony Fauci is not only a piece of shit; he is a wormy piece of shit.
You really need to read the Fauci dossier. It has a lot to do with his work in HIV and the flu vaccine. It's just so much in there. You have to understand. And it's dry. It's so dry. It makes you want to fall asleep every 15 seconds. But I'm going to tell you what, the stuff you learn from him himself is just way beyond. It's enough to make you disgusted. Where'd you go, Hector? Hector got off.
Did he?
Yeah, you guys kind of changed around, and I looked, and Hector. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Right on, right on.
He
He
is back.
disappeared.
But no, and this is what I wanted to ask Hector. It's like I was saying in chat earlier, because you're apparently very left leaning. What did Trump do when he was when he was in office that was so bad?
Who, me?
No, I'm speaking to Fort Hector.
Okay. I'm gonna mute for a second, okay, guys? My dog is being crazy, stupid.
Oh, take care of the puppy, Mama. No, he's not. I don't see him up here. Oh, there, I can hear you. You there, Hector?
No, I don't think he's up here.
Oh, well, shit the bed.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, no.
I
That's
thought I
me up
heard him
there.
for a second. I see you. I see you, brother. He's in chat. He's not up here no more.
He's in chat.
He's in chat.
His computer is dying.
Oh, shit. No, you know what's so funny? He says that his computer's dying. And I mean, that's not funny, but whatever. You know, a few weeks back, I got on one of your streams, Tupac, and I had to jump off because I was like, oh my God, my phone's not charging and this and that. Apparently, being in chat screwed up my phone, and like my battery is swollen, and I've got to get a new phone, dude.
It must have overheated or something.
It did. It did. Freaking because I was like, about a week ago, I was like, I was trying to turn up my phone, and like for the last month, like sometimes it'll turn up and sometimes it won't with the little like buttons that are on the case.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's going on? So I took the case off. The entire back of my phone, which it's an old phone, it's like a Galaxy 8, so it's that old. But the entire back of it is pushed away from. It's like the glue. The battery swelled up, pushed it apart, and
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, and I wanted to say, Elton Jones. It was nice putting a face with somebody we talk to all the time, and
that
was really cool.
was kind of fun. I gave Tupac a surprise the other night. I did a face reveal.
Oh yeah, lucky son of a gun! Woo!
I was tired.
Yar.
It wasn't even fun. I'm blaming Hector for this conversation. We started talking about business stuff, how you handle businesses and what you should do, but it's his fault. No, I'm happy to talk about this because I really think it needs to be talked about. I think it needs to get out in the open. I think people need to stop being scared.
Well, but see, that's my thing. I'm not scared of shit. Because I don't give a
treasure.
You know, when I first started, I was warned to stay away from politics and religion, and those are two subjects I cannot.
It's not even about that, man. I mean,
we don't talk
I'm
about
not religious.
That.
You know, I'll bust anybody's balls over any religion. I don't care.
Okay, good night.
I'm non-denominational. If you've got a religion, I'm going to give you a hard time about it. Doesn't mean that I'm making fun of you or anything like that, but
no, you're fine, Hector. I enjoyed the conversation tremendously. The only way we work through it is by doing what we did.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a big believer. I didn't even get to answer your question either, Hector.
I just like arguing with people.
What was the question he asked you, Tupac?
Uh,
That I said I wanted to answer?
what have I seen? What have I been to?
Yeah.
What have you seen? What?
Well, I'm going to straight up tell you, I was a victim of child rape multiple times. It's a harder deal for a woman to go through. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not something that should stop your life and stuff. A lot of people have a hard time with it. The hardest time I had with it was when I was in my late 30s, and it took that long to get through it. To find out, I was pissed off at the world. I was blaming the people that did it and everything. Why did this happen to me? Yada yada yada, all the philosophical stuff. And it I think the hardest part was when I had to realize that the persons that did that to me had it also happened to them. They were also a victim. 9 times out of 10 they were a victim as well. And it was something that took me years almost to wrap my head thoroughly around, that I couldn't be mad at them anymore because they were or had been in exactly the same position I was.
You know, the twisted thing is, Ike's girl, is that I've found that most people have a story of being, and I was going to say
Impossible
being
situations.
right. I was going to say being a victim, but that plays shit lightly. You know, being sexually abused, being physically abused, and but I mean, and especially from our generations. And I don't think it's so much so with the new generation, with the millennials and all these kids that are growing up now. I I just don't see that as being the case.
As what? Being the victim?
No, as being abused.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen. I mean, as adults, we should have enough integrity and values and morals and ethics that shouldn't happen. We should all just it should go to a place in our brains that, look, we're a bigger person. We're supposed to protect these little ones. Yes. But it doesn't happen. There are very sick people out there, and there are some that come to it on their own. I am going to absolutely say that 100%. But I'm
Right.
going to tell you what, in the 50s, we only had approximately 100,000 pedophiles in the 50s. It's only taken us 60 or 70 years to get over 1 million pedophiles in our country, and that's only the ones that we know about. There is something seriously wrong when that happens, and grown adults cannot discern that they're an adult and this is a child you're supposed to protect. I mean, where do we fail as parents that put our children in harm when we're supposed to be protecting them? I mean, I became such a helicopter parent; it was unbelievable. My kids were just sick of me, but I was bound and determined that it wasn't going to happen to them, and it
Well,
didn't.
see, I have no children of my own. My my focus is on my godsons, my goddaughter.
It's the same thing.
Pretty much.
You take a responsibility by saying you'll be a godparent.
Yep. And they know.
And you have to fulfill that role. And if you can't fulfill that role, or you allow something like that to happen to them,
Oh God.
you gotta
Yeah, no,
wonder.
that would be uh
But a lot
because
of the times, and I'm not saying that this is their fault, but a lot of the times parents just get angry at the person that did it. But what were they doing that they couldn't protect that child? I
exactly.
mean, were they so busy in their damn life that they didn't have 5 seconds to make sure their child was safe? So, that's where I
And that's
come
what
from on all questions about all subjects. Go
Hi,
outside the box and get away from the norm and
hi,
start.
and I'm crazy.
Yeah, she's been here for about 10 minutes, maybe 15. You have to step away from the norm and start asking questions as if you weren't part of that circle. I drive psychologists crazy when they give me tests because I'll answer both ends. Yes, it's very important. No, it's not that important. They just tell me they can't get a read on me because I don't answer correctly.
well, any psychologist now, a psychiatrist, I don't know, but any psychologist worth their grain of salt, uh, when you answer inadvertently, they can still figure out
Oh
what you're
yeah,
saying. You know,
body language.
well, no, but they can still figure out even just listening to you what you're saying that you know in relation to or not in relation to what they've asked.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know it's a soft science, but there's a lot to be said about a soft science. I mean, by the way somebody looks, by the way somebody acts, how they hold themselves, how they walk, how they talk, gives all kinds of insights into everything.
Absolutely.
So
And that's why I love people to try to dissect me. It's always a fun journey.
I don't dissect people. I just say what's out there, and I almost always get accused of being judgmental. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just saying what's there. It's
I'm
not my
always
place to
judgmental.
judge a person.
I am 100% judgmental. You know why? Because I can be.
I'm not though, and I get accused of it because I say, hey, what about this? And then you're not their friend anymore. That kind of crap. It's just
I've
I have
never
no
Hi,
worried
place
about
for
it.
great.
that.
Hi,
You know
great
what? I
Scott.
mean, I
What
I
two
take
pounds?
people at face value, but I also understand the way that they carry themselves, what they present, not just to me, but to the world.
Yeah. Hi, Great Scott.
Great Scott!
We're just talking about all kinds of crazy crap.
Crazy crap.
Crazy crap. Dude, I love that jingle. And you all do it with everything.
Yes, we do.
No, that don't work
Yeah.
here. I don't have that set up yet. That's EC set that up. I didn't. He told me I had to try it, and I did. So everybody just kind of throws it in.
So, X Girl, did you see the new logo?
No.
Really? Oh, it's nice. It's nice.
For your stream?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
the coining around.
Channel change name.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Not
we're
yet, but
changing
A
about a
couple
week.
of the Mikes and I want to get together and do a Mike and Ike's. Mike and Ike show.
oh, by the way, hello, Pam Jones. Try again. Great Scott.
Maria's
Hello
here.
again.
Anna's here. Elton's here.
Anna, I'm
Oh,
crazy.
somebody came in. They're being quiet though. Gibby's here.
And it's so funny. Every time I read Anna's name, Anna, I'm crazy. I'm like, yeah, that's not the type of woman you want to talk to or deal with. It's
Oh,
like, Anna,
really?
I'm crazy.
That's the person I say to myself, oh man, I gotta hang with that one.
It's like, yeah, she scares me. Anna, she's like, it's in my title. I'm crazy.
Here, okay, you guys in the chat, throw up a topic and we'll talk about it. How about that?
Right. That sounds good.
We took that crap a little far, so I think 3 hours worth. I don't know.
Oh, see, I
use
missed
up
all
my
of it.
whole
I
6
wish I'd have
hours
got
in
here
one
earlier.
stream.
It's okay, though.
So somebody in the chat, throw up a topic. Oh, look, I got 20 likes. That's sweet. Thank you guys.
Oh, wait. Look.
This is my first StreamYard.
Where's 21?
My first real one. Oh God, not you people again.
Oh, look. Let's talk about Vorred.
Yeah, okay, right.
Get rid of that, someone.
I reported it. The 13 committee. What is that?
Hey, make me a mod real quick and I'll get rid of it.
I already did, dear. All you just report it. I don't. Gosh, how far back are you?
But it's still visible in chat.
Yes. You need a
is
mod
it?
to remove it.
Yes.
Let's see. How do I make you a mod up on there? I don't know.
You click on his name and say you are mod, like knighting him or something.
Why is Ben from Studio in red, dude? Okay, I don't know how to do this. You guys have got to help me. This is my first time. I don't know how to do this. Hang on.
You got to do it from YouTube.
Okay, but I can't. You type something in.
No, Anna. I don't necessarily read your name, Anna. I'm crazy. I just.
There you go.
I'm just kind of crazy like that, and when I see it,
poof, you're smart.
It makes me want to hug you.
Do you hear me, Tupac?
Yeah, they're gone. Hey, can you put the link?
You're a Smurf.
Can you put the link in chat and I'll come up on the computer?
Who is that? What is the 13 committee, Gibbies?
All right, I'll be there in a second.
Does anybody know what the 13 committees is?
Negative. Perhaps Gibbies would like to come up and explain it.
She's at work. She said she would, but she's at work.
Well, shit the bed.
I know. They are the people that run the world and have all the money. The Rothschilds, yeah.
Okay, so they are...
That's the same thing we were talking about.
So they are like the head of the, what is it?
They loan our own money to us and then give it to us because we need it. And then they make us pay it back with interest. They're essentially making us pay back our own money with interest.
No, but the realistic thing is that these are the people that Epstein was trying to manipulate.
That's why he was taking his videos and all the data and stuff. And so he could hold it over their head so he couldn't get in trouble anywhere he went.
And that's why he Clintoned himself.
Yeah, they're just like anybody else. They're greedy. They want power. They do it so they can control people and have. But if you believe like I do in the Bible, they will be the slaves in the end. Not that it's right, but.
So they go beyond the Illuminati. They are the elite of the elite, is what you're saying, Gibby. Correct?
Pretty much. I think that's what she's saying. However, I don't know if anybody knows this. through 2016, 2017, the Rothschilds were liquidating all their assets. There was something going on up there in them big stairs and stuff that nobody knew what was going on. They were liquidating everything, all of their holdings, everything.
So, and then my question is, because I'm very ignorant to all of this, but Gibby, and all of this happenstance, where does someone like Elon Musk fall?
Like in the realm of Trump.
I think Elon Musk has a little bit more
Well, they
money
always
than
fund
Donald
the
Trump
wars because,
ever
well,
has.
there's a little bit more to funding the wars than that. And I'm gonna piss a lot of people off, so just deal with it. The Jesuits are sent to
I
opposing
think
countries, and because they're sent by whomever runs the Pope and stuff, they are to take one side of a situation that is two-sided, and they force one country to take this side, and then the other Jesuit goes to the other country and they're forced to take the other side, and that's why the conflict happens. And
check
these
the
people
basement.
pour money into both sides, giving them weapons or whatever they need, and then they have conflicts and kill each other off.
Is Tupac in the basement?
It's Tupac in the I don't know. I'm on the other side. Tupac's in the basement. He's begging.
So Gibby, you're saying that Gibby, are you saying that Elon Musk is a peon in the world of power?
No, I don't think he's a peon.
No,
I think he's an independent. But trust me, he's doing exactly what they want him to do.
No, he's not.
He isn't?
Have you ever watched a gentleman speak?
Well, I don't care how he speaks. It's what he does.
He is not being controlled by anyone.
Why is he helping the world powers put up 244 satellites and letting the regular satellites fall?
If you watch Elon Musk speak,
coining around, I like your sticker. I want one.
Yeah, they're nice, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really cool.
I really like them a lot. I really do. They're freaking awesome, bro. But if you watch Elon Musk speak, he has a great pause, because the things that are going on,
I don't think you understand Elon Musk. Try again. That's old money that's just been turned into new money.
No.
Yeah, Elon Musk's dad worked with Trump's dad. Or his grandpa or something like that. They worked together.
No, listen. I feel that's not what I'm saying. They have not been the innovator that he is.
Say what?
They have not been the innovator that Elon Musk is.
Well, no, because it was old money. It was like oil and trains and stuff.
Look, you can give old money to anyone in the world, but at the same time, regardless of who you give that money to, that's not going to make them a genius.
No, it isn't. But it's to manipulate what they want.
Elon Musk is a genius.
Yes, and he loves working. It's kind of like
But that's my point. But that's the whole point that I'm getting at. And what you're trying to say is that it's old money, this and that. The fact that it's old money, it's irrelevant.
He's a scientist in bones, and he asks everybody not to give him any favoritism because he is part of the in bones. It's called the Cantilever group, but it's just the same thing. He likes to work. He likes to keep his mind busy. Doesn't mean that he's not following and doing what he's told to do.
You guys want to do a aha video?
A what?
A what?
Aha? No, I don't.
Take on me, take on me, take Yeah.
Yeah, just exactly like that. It's like playing chess. You're just moving pieces around to manipulate the game in your favor. Everybody would do it. Everybody would do it if they had a chance. That's
Now, that's
just
not to
human
say that
nature.
that Elon isn't being manipulated. I mean, that's very plausible.
I think he's smart enough not to get himself into trouble like Trump did. You know,
What do you mean? How did Trump get himself in trouble?
he's not allowing himself to be blackmailed and that kind of stuff. He's making his
Oh
own rules.
no! Oh, he's already look. I mean, the
But
fact
the
that
minute he
wait,
becomes a danger to anybody in ruling power, they're gonna do stuff to make him look bad.
first of all,
Yeah,
Trump didn't
chess,
give a
Sammy.
shit, and that's the difference. Trump is a very alpha man,
Very.
whereas Elon is not. Elon is a very beta,
I
want
think he's
to
more
help
alpha than you give
humanity.
him credit.
Pardon?
I think he's more alpha than you give him credit.
Negative. No, he's not. Not. No. No, he's not. Were he that much alpha, he would not have been married and divorced, and he would have kept his shit in line and minded his p's and q's. He would have figured it out before he went into the endeavor. The fact that he didn't already shows that he's not an alpha man.
Oh, I think he is though.
Well, that's where women make mistakes, and that's okay.
No, that's where men make mistakes because the quiet man is always the one you need to watch out for.
But he isn't quiet.
Quieter than you think he is. Just
No,
because
absolutely not.
just because he's trying to pull a Trump and do a bunch of crap on Twitter and Facebook or whatnot
No, oh God,
doesn't
no,
mean
no,
he's
no, no, no.
loud.
That's him having fun, sweetie.
Oh
That's
yeah, I
him.
know. I know.
But the fact of the matter is that he is still a very emotionally fed man. I mean, it's uh,
If
Elon
you think
Musk
he's
is.
emotional, I would think that the only emotional that he puts forward is the way his genius comes through.
Mm-mm. He still has his personal life, but the fact of the matter is that his personal life suffers because of his intellect, and he doesn't
So
know how to balance the two, and that's why his personal life will always suffer.
so a person saying what they are and how they are, you think is narcissist?
Who says?
Tammy. I'm not so sure that that's the true
You know
meaning of
what? And
narcissism.
I I understand what you're saying, Pam, but at the same time, everyone who has any level of competency has a level of narcissism to them, because
Everybody does.
if you don't, then you are
Good
completely
morning,
gullible.
John Camper.
It just depends on the perspective that you take it from.
Yeah, I don't think it's narcissist. I think it's confidence.
Right,
Hi,
right.
John
And
Camper.
I
people,
think it's like what he did with that phone call with the person over there by Russia. Instead of letting them lie about it, he put it out himself to tell the truth. Um,
and the thing
you
is
can
that
screw with a lot of people that way.
when people run into someone that they can't run over and they are used to running over people,
Yeah. Yes.
they tend to try to
Exactly.
label them a narcissist.
Yes. Exactly. And yes, Gibby, I do believe that. They're after Trump because he likes to put things out in the open. He likes people to know what the record is. It doesn't make him narcissistic. makes him a little overconfident, I think.
Well,
People get
and
too confident and they make mistakes.
absolutely. But at the same time, people see overconfidence, and again, they will sometimes scream narcissist.
I know, Gibby, I want you to come up here too. No, I don't think he's a narcissist. You know, there are a lot of good-looking people out there that run around thinking that they're all that. That's pride. The true meaning of narcissism is can't get away from looking at yourself enough.
Right. It's almost it's vanity.
Yeah, that's
Arrogance.
textbook vanity and narcissism.
Right.
That's what supposed to where the word came from narcissus, from the god that just looked at himself in the pond for too long.
Yep.
So, next topic. What do you want to talk about, Tupac?
I'm gonna
There goes-
pull. I'm gonna trip you guys out.
You gonna what?
He's gonna trip us out.
Okay.
I'll be back in 1 second.
All right.
1,000.
Well,
Two
it'll take me a little more than a second.
I'll
I'll be right back.
5:24 a.m. here in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and still haven't been to bed yet. Catch y'all on the next one. All right, Elton John Jones. We'll see you later.
All right, we'll see you, Elton. Take care, brother. So, Ike's girl, how long have you been collecting Ikes?
Oh, for all of my life.
Really?
Yeah, I got my first one when I was about 7, 8, 9, somewhere around there. I carried the damn thing around forever. So much so that I wore Ike off of it. And then I started fixing. I was doing some work for Amarillo Senior Citizens, and their Kiwanis Club down there was for elderly folks, and I did their books while I was at Amarillo, and one of their members was the owner of Mack Trucks, and he started bringing me Ikes every week. I mean, he was bringing me Ikes every week.
Right on.
And so, I had a whole bunch, and then I didn't do it for a while. I mean, I collected one or two here for the longest time. My life got away from me, and I had a few tucked away from wherever, and then I've been with the coin community about 1.5 years now. For the first 3 or 4 months, I was very quiet. I was just poking around, learning people's tells and stuff like that. And no, that's what I do. And learning who was who. I still don't know who everybody is. I don't know everybody's different screen names. I'm still learning. But oh yeah, I know Wolfgang. I've seen that one. Hi, Kane. And I've got probably over 350 Ikes right now.
Are they all different, or is they? I'm very ignorant about Ikes.
Well, I've got I've got silvers, and I've got regular ones, and I'm trying to collect the ones that are the most hard. Of course, anybody that collects anything tries to always find that one that's supposed to be the hardest,
the most elusive, right?
Yeah, when I'm starting to get to where when I'm on a panel and somebody's up and their kid comes into there, I get their address and I send their kid an Ike.
Right on.
Because I remember how I reacted to it. So yeah, I do that. I give them out around the neighborhood, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's it makes me kind of sad, because I know like a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, my niece showed me some coins, and she had an Ike, and she's like, "Uncle Juan, look at these, and are any of these?" And she had some Susan B. Anthony's and the gold dollars, but she did have an Ike.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, this is all freaking crap. And I was like, oh, but you've got a Nike. And I was like, hang on to that. That's
I
cool.
think
That's
they're
cool.
underrated. I think an Ike is very underrated.
Well, they absolutely are. But the fact that I look like John Wick, right on. The fact, the fact that,
Not a
I
bad
looked at
thing.
it. Pardon?
It's not a bad thing.
I guess. I don't know. When I looked at it, though, and I didn't even look at the date. I was just like, oh, look, you got a Nike dollar. Cool. It just, it washed over me like, big deal. You've got a Nike.
Wow.
But at
See,
the
that's
same time, I feel like I should have shown more enthusiasm. Like, oh shit, you got a Nike, man.
yeah,
You know, because
yeah.
half of me felt that.
You should take what, regardless of whether you think it's a big deal or not, use it as a history lesson. Take that
Well,
child and say, look at this. This was the moon, or
the
this is the
thing,
Liberty Bell, or look at that. That's the Monticello, and teach the kid what it is, why it's done that way, and how we call it and stuff.
but that
And
was the thing. That's what I should have presented. I should have given her a little more. But I am kind of a dick to my nieces and nephews.
No, they're not all copper though. Try again. They really aren't, and I don't care if a 73 is a clad or not. There were only 3 million minted between the silvers and the clads, and that's why they are so hard to find. And the 72 P type 3 is the hardest to find.
Yeah.
It's a clad coin, but if you find a type 3, it's worth like $10,000.
Oh,
So, don't overlook those Ikes, and they have a lot of DDOs and DDRs on them.
yeah.
A lot of people just don't, oh, it only lasts for 8 years. We're going to toss it aside. No, it's a piece of history, and there's a lot to learn about them. And then when I came in with my real name, and one of the stream hosts said, "Well, then she needs to change her name." I'm like, "Okay, I got to figure this out." I'm like, "No, I like Ike's. I'm going to be Ike's girl."
Thank you, Maria La Silver.
I'll
Huh?
be right back.
All right. Wait. You got to see what I'm
Now,
about
what are
to,
you doing?
what kind of bombshell I'm about to drop.
I do too. I
Oh,
love the
come on,
look of
hurry up.
them.
Hey, Ike's girl, can you make
You
my
bigger?
picture big?
Yeah, I can. I think. Ooh, I learned how to do that. It's awesome.
Nice.
It's my first time. It's a good thing.
All right. So
Wow,
we started going auctioning, and everything before we auction it, we throw up on the Sigma machine.
Oh, you got a Sigma though?
So,
Did you get a Sigma?
oh yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and calibrate this. I'm gonna calibrate silver pure. All right. I'll put this thing under it.
Oh, did you get a fake one? Yes, exactly. Try again. When you show, I don't care whether it's a dollar or a penny. Show them what it is and why it is. You'll
So,
instantly get a kid interested in collecting coins.
so this is making me scratch my head. Because when I put a regular eagle, like say this one, that's graded. I put this under it.
Whoa. Is that because of the plastic, maybe?
Yeah, for the top, for the surface, it's just a little off, but all the way through, it's silver. So then I was like, you know what? I saw something Silver Seeker did. So I did this. I changed the metal and I changed it Britannica.
Britannia.
Britannia.
A Britannica is an encyclopedia, hun.
Yeah, that's what we had when I was a kid. All right. Now we'll put it back under here.
It's 96% Britannia.
They're in the green.
But it's not a Britannia.
No, it's not.
So why is it only 96%? Aren't Britannia supposed to be 999?
No, they are not. So
Apparently not.
I'm going to do more research because what it says, I tested this thing, it's silver. And what it says is, let's change it back to pure.
What's it coming up pure?
Well,
It's way off. Okay, so
Tupac, you see, I mean, the setting where it says Britannia, that's why I was asking if there were settings for testing specific coins, because I thought that there were.
only old silver ones.
Okay.
And
Like I don't have one. I'm very ignorant about it, but I remembered
So-
seeing.
You got a Britannia that's stamped 495? Well, it's supposed to be. It's Britannia. Everything from England is like a 9999.
no,
Unless
there's,
it's sterling.
all right, so, well, yeah, if I put my platypus under here, it's right in the green, right down the middle of the green.
Now, Tupac, have you tried the wand with it?
Yeah, it does the same thing. But
Okay.
it says if it's in this yellow, you're supposed to check the width. So we're going
Right.
to change this to measure. It's going to be around.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives me this measuring right here. So
I don't understand what you're doing. Oh, you're supposed to put the coin there.
Well,
Oh,
it measures it. The
wow.
thickness, the width. Because I've got this thing. This is fake. It's
Yes, he did check it with the wand, Kane.
it's silver plated over copper. All right.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I won one of those coins, like a coin that was silver over copper from, and I almost won it totally.
So pull this out here on the pure silver. I stick it under, and it ends up at the same place that that other one did.
What in the world?
Really?
But when we go to measure it around,
Wow.
it lines up good on that side. It's way over on that side.
So push it over to the line where the light is. Line it up with the line and let it see what happens when you push it over.
It is on the line.
No. The
Lining up with the hard line.
with the black line. Line it completely up and see what happens.
Yeah, it's over the
It's-
line.
Okay, now what does it say? What is it saying below though?
No, it
Oh, it's not
doesn't.
saying
It
anything.
doesn't. It just gives you the
Gives you how big it's supposed to be, and it's too big.
correct.
Kind of like putting a page on the copier. Do it right.
And then they do like the bars.
Oh, does it really? Is
Yeah.
this a new machine?
Yes.
Oh,
This
so you're
is
playing
the-
with your new toy.
Well, we've had it for probably about a month.
It's an Xbox One. He's not getting rid of.
But it's
Time
really
to cut it
crazy
in half.
that,
No,
that
what
every
the?
one of my ASCs that are in one of these,
Are you one of
or
those that melt them?
who me?
No, Kane.
Uh,
He says it's time to cut it in half.
But even this one checks out perfectly.
Right.
But
And you
this
Well,
showed
that
one
us
means
does
you
that.
got a
not.
good machine then.
But this one
What?
does not.
But what?
Okay.
So
So
what's wrong?
Okay. It's not in the green when it comes to the silver. Let's see. Go back to metal.
So when you measure it silver, it should land in the green, saying it's good to go, basically.
Yeah.
But when it goes to silver, it's saying caution.
Okay, so here's this ASC. Even in the plastic,
Boy, did they get us trained on the red light, green light, yellow light thing?
now when it lands on yellow, you have to measure it and stuff. If it's in the green, that means it's perfect.
And it can read through the air tights.
yes, that is correct. Actually,
Yeah, the top one is the surface, and then that one reads all the way through the coin.
Wow. That's kind of an amazing machine. You basically got yourself like an x-ray machine for coins.
Yes.
So when it's in
Yeah.
the yellow, what is it indicating?
It says that you have to do more research. You have to measure it and weigh it.
Because it doesn't think it's full silver.
Right. But I'm thinking that because the U.S. government, they don't make these rounds. We stamp them, but
Could it be one of the fakes going around?
they get these from the Sunshine Mint.
I know,
So
but it can't
what
be a
I'm
fake.
saying is this, instead of being 4 nines fine, I think it's 998
right.
or 997. What I want to do is my smelter has the bigger one, the actual x-ray machine that'll tell you what the other elements are in it, and see if there's some kind of conspiracy where they're putting some that aren't quite 3 nines fine into circulation.
Quarter eagles.
And the bigger question is that the difference between 3 nines and 4 nines fine?
No, because 4 nines will be right in the middle of the green too. My platypus is 4 nines fine.
Allegedly.
No, I put it under. It's right in the middle.
Well, but you just put an ASC under there that's supposed to be 3 nines fine, and it's not.
But this
That's
one
what I'm saying. No, well, yes, that one is, but you have one that is not.
Yep.
So, are the ASCs in the red book?
Yeah, I assume so.
Are they? I'm just trying to look it up.
Yeah, I think they are.
Silver
Yeah, see,
related.
they get all of the rounds from the Sunshine Mint.
Contract issue, post colonial. Wow. Because I see eagles, but they're only talking about gold eagles. They're not talking about silver eagles. Let's see.
I just thought that was crazy, and I'm going to try to figure out what's exactly going on with that stuff.
Yeah,
You know
I
what?
trying to look it up in the red book to see what the statistics are on it, but there's nothing in here on it.
But in all honesty, Tupac, that's probably just an anomaly. You know, it's one of those coins that picked up some metal as it was being cast.
You know,
That,
that's what I thought at first until I did this.
It could be one of those that got, like the last drop on the way and didn't quite get it fully or something. Not enough drops left in there. We lost 3 people. Where'd y'all go? Come back.
You know, I thought exactly the same thing
Mhm.
until I pulled out all of these.
Okay, but Tupac, what I'm saying is that all of those are not from the same lot.
No, they're all from different years.
That one particular coin that's coming up in the gray area, so to speak, yellow area. You know, it's coming up yellow.
Come back.
That
All
one.
of these are doing exactly the same as this.
All right,
Really?
they're coming up in the yellow.
Yes.
Really?
So Great
Yes.
Scott is saying in the yellow is fine. Great Scott, do you want to come up?
Okay. Ergo, what I was just saying a second ago, is there really a difference between 3 and 4 nines fine? How many maples have you tested? And how many maples have came up in the yellow?
But
Because
maples
maples,
and wait, guys. You gotta think about this because a maple is a Canadian, correct?
Yes.
right?
And
But
a
it's 4 nines
Britannia
fine.
is UK money. So they're done at different mints. I don't know that you can compare the 3.
Okay, this here is 4 nines fine. This is a platypus. It's got your queen on it.
Try
Oh,
against
that's
it.
the one
All
you're
of the
going to send me?
Littleton
Oh,
coins
thank
are
you.
after 2000. So
So,
basically, if you're going to test Littleton, you got to do it all at the same time because they're all going to probably be the same thing. Everything from the UK would probably test the same as well. I mean, it's just the difference of what the mint is doing is what I'm assuming I'm hearing.
It's really crazy.
Look at that. That doesn't even measure the same spots. Say it's pure though. Oh gosh, if you're coming up, you're in the basement waiting. I don't know.
the whole reason I'm asking questions and saying anything is long short of it is that the ASEs, for as valued as they are, because they are quote unquote American, whatever.
American
I
Silver
think,
Eagles.
right. I think you do better with going with your 4 nines fine maple leaves or going with the Philharmonics, the other ones that are.
Great Scott, I'm going to ask a question and tell me whether you think it's yes or no. I think in testing, if you're going to test, I don't think you can put a Britannia up against an ASC, up against,
Why not?
whatever, Canada coins or
Yeah.
Why not?
crowns, whatever. I think
Why
you
not?
have to want to test them all the same. I mean, it's probably just the way that mint is doing their coins.
The difference between 4 nines fine and 3 nines fine
It
is
should be insignificant.
It's 0.06%.
It should be insignificant.
Yeah,
correct.
It's nothing. It's basically nothing.
But here you are testing a coin that's might argue that.
Yeah, this is.
An ASC has 0.07 copper in it.
Yep.
There are settings in the machine that Tupac hasn't tried yet. You can choose specific coins.
No, you can't.
Great Scott! See, that's what I was asking earlier. And again, I'm not trying to argue yes or no.
That's kind of what I was saying, though, because they're asking to test the specific coin. That means that the specifics
Tupac,
of each
there may be
are different. So the machine is set to read that specification.
Tupac, there may be settings that you have not. See, there you go. Like
these are gold.
See, that's what I think is what you're doing is you're going for pureness, and it's not hitting pure.
It's not my machine. I'm very ignorant of it, so I really don't have anything to say.
See,
I asked
look
people
at this.
about it.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at the screen. There's a Britannias for post 2012 and after 2013 because they changed the setting of that.
But he said those are gold.
It doesn't matter if they're gold or silver or whatever. But
yes,
it
does. You can't test silver for gold.
Stop.
You can't test gold for
That's not
silver.
what I'm saying. The specifications of those coins prior to and after are different. This machine,
right? But that's gold.
Has already been programmed with those
gold.
specifications.
But that's gold. We're looking for silver.
He said push right, left or right for silver coins. I understand that. But what I'm saying is this machine is set.
I don't know. I'm just going to keep giving you a hard time till he pulls it up.
I think they just got different ments have different specifications, and the machine is programmed for that specification.
I think we all don't know what we're talking about because it's not our machine and we haven't played with it.
I know.
Try again said the machine has no silver eagle setting.
No. No eagle setting.
That's kind of sad because silver eagles have been around for a while.
I asked once, and I'm fairly confident that
okay. Go to silver coins and then go left or right. Great Scott is saying there's a list for silver coins.
There's not.
I think he is equally as intelligent.
I can't. It goes over to gold after that. And then stops.
Canadian commemoratives. I think that's who's doing that clicking stuff. Stop it. Drive it. Like a little kid in the back kicking the seat.
I think Tupac
There's an eagle.
22 karat.
Oh, 20. Oh, well, that's gold. Okay.
Okay, well, test it. It might be like 22 karat. Is it heavy?
No.
I'm giving you a hard time, brother. I think Tupac is.
I just really think it's programmed for a very specific coin.
You know what? I think that when all of the metal was bubbling around, it got a little bit of something in it.
Yeah, let's try this one. Right here.
Cat found a damn mouse and going crazy. Yeah.
Now we're gonna get this one. Okay, gold eagle.
He's got a gold eagle, so we're gonna.
Oh, watch! It's gonna come up gold 100%, and then like he's gonna try to charge us more for it because it's plated with silver.
Yes, I know, Pammy, but that's not working. What UK does, and what Canada does, and what the US does, and what China does, and what Mexico does are all different. That's why there's specifications. I mean, what one does doesn't always mean the other one does. But yes, you're right. They should all be the same.
Unless I pour them, I'll pour you some. I'll pour you some freaking some rounds there.
Is it melted from pre minted coins?
You
No,
know
it
what?
might be from
That
these
ain't
beer
the right.
cans.
Then you have the same purification problem.
I think it's
I mean, if you're minting 925 silver into something, it's going to come out 925 silver.
Yep, Kane, 100%.
I forgot. It's a gold double eagle.
Yeah, the process of pulling out all the impurities is the only way you're going to know it's pure.
I don't want to pull out my impurities.
Well, I know there are some that's worth the impurities, huh?
No, I meant my impurities. Don't pull out my impurities.
I'll let you
God.
keep your impurities.
Yeah, let me keep my skeletons in my closet.
See, I don't like leaving skeletons in closet. The closet's made for boxes and coats.
I keep them in there for later. Got to have something to have fun with.
Oh, geez. I can think of other things to play with.
Arr, you're going to make me blush.
Besides skeletons. I tend
But
to
I
put
like,
them to bed forever.
but I like playing with skeletons.
So this one is definitely 90%er.
See, Pammy, I didn't know why, but I've never gotten an ASC, and I don't know why. I tend to go with the pure stuff.
And then I got a
10% Cooper.
No, Pammy, just so you know, that was Juan who said that. That was Juan who said, I'll take a maple leaf, I'll take a Philharmonics, you know, I'll take the 4-9's fine over the 3-9's fine. Because even though they're not our government, you know what? I don't freaking trust our government.
I'm gonna try an eagle because that's a double eagle. Go ahead and try an eagle.
You're going to test one of them, and it's going to be clad, and you're going to have to send it back to the freaking mint, and then they're going to like try to arrest you. They're going to be like,
1886.
well, maybe not 1886. You know, they weren't that smart back then. They hadn't figured it out yet. No worries, Pammy.
And I got a 1913.
Dude, are these going to be in your next giveaway?
No.
Then why you busting our balls like this, dude? Making us look at that. You got some nice freaking coins there, brother.
Thank you.
Yar.
Dude, I bought the double eagle. I bought this thing.
Yeah.
And this one about 17 years ago.
Well, if you're lurking, say hi.
Wow, dude.
We like lurkers, but you can say hi. I got a pretty one that should be here today, according to the post.
That was very smart on you, Tupac. Getting them that long ago. Freaking
Look at that beautiful Morgan.
Yeah, that thing is I think it's a,
Did you get it in that case or did you put it in that case?
no. This is a
No, that's
GSA.
how they.
Can I be nosy and ask you how much you paid for it?
This I paid. I want to say like 150.
Oh, it's not bad.
And
Hello, Purple Squirrel.
this I paid. I think it was 425.
Wow.
That's kind of a steep.
And what's that double eagle sell for now?
Like 2100,
Yar
Wow.
for it,
and then that's 63.
dude. That's kudos, brother. Good job.
Tammy, are you mad at me now?
Okay, I'm going to show you
That's
something
dirty.
disgusting.
I
now.
don't have a full one, but I got one coming. Actually, I got two coming, dude.
So
Your 74 aluminum cent, Pammy.
this coin here, I took out of a necklace thing. They shaved it down to fit into it. Here's the back, and of course they had polished it. But look at the front. There's nothing left.
What is that?
Wow.
It's a gold Indian. You can't even tell the date on it
It's a
anymore.
gold Indian?
Yeah, just like
Oh, man.
the little one I just had up on there. Where's that other one?
I know, right, Kane? If
Well,
it survives,
it's maybe what,
it'll be worth
10%
a lot
over melt.
more with no money.
Honestly,
Anybody
I mean,
check
you'll
their
just get
stocks
melt for
lately?
it, right?
Could, but it
You
checks
know,
out good.
Great Scott, you said shaved. A lot of back in the day when they had gold coins and stuff, if they didn't want to give up the whole gold coin, they shaved off some so they could buy, a little item or something.
That's why gold and silver coins have the ridges on the edges,
Yeah.
so they can
Great,
tell if
yeah.
you've been shaving them.
Yeah.
And this
Oh
one
my
got shaved to be put into a necklace.
Stop it. Not talking to you guys, sorry. Damn it.
Not talking to us?
No, I'm not talking to you guys. I'm cussing at my phone. I just looked at my stocks.
Oh no.
I think
it didn't sound
everything's
good.
I think everything's down right now. Just hold on to it and it'll be
Oh,
good.
I will. Shoot.
But
My
yeah, I think-
daughter bought $60 worth of Shiba Inu about a year ago,
oh well,
which
she's
was 8 million shares. It went up to $600 in 6 months.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Shiba Inu, she's sitting good right now.
Yeah.
She needs to get rid of that shit.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay.
She need to hold on to it.
Yeah, go ahead. What you need to do is get rid of it right now and turn around and put it into what's the
You
other
need
one?
to hang on to it until it goes
Bitcoin.
up to 0.006 of a cent. Sell it because she'll have $600. She can sell it, wait for it to drop out again, and buy back in again. And she can do it on her account and not mine now.
Well, Shiba Inu is nothing. And
I
it's
know
going to be-
it's a joke thing, but it keeps gaining. It went down probably because of the friggin' inflation going on, but it's gonna go up.
No, it's went down. It's
That's
down over
exactly how
50% in the last 2
Bitcoin
months.
started. That's exactly how Bitcoin. It took them 2 years to get up to a penny.
Yeah, but Shiba Inu is never going to amount to anything because it's based on nothing and they can continually make more. That's what I'm trying to tell you, sweetie.
Oh, I know. They will. Yes, sweetie, I did. Thank you.
So you see
But you
that?
see, that's what you do in the stock market. You put it in, you buy it low, you sell it high, and then you do it again. You turn that shit over.
Yeah, well, tell me that when what was it? What was that other? What's the other one? Dogecoin. Was it
Dogecoin.
like
I
89
made over
cents?
$700 on $50.
When it was like 89 cents or whatever?
Yeah, I bought it at like 3 cents a share, and I sold it at 78 cents a share.
Oh, see, you got good job, man. I just let all that shit sit there. I don't freaking care.
Oh
But I
no,
don't
no,
put
no!
that
I
much into
sell
it.
it. I take my money out, and then wait for it to drop again, and then I buy back in. That's how you're supposed to work stocks, especially
I
growth
just let it. I just let it sit there, mama.
stocks.
But I don't even have that much.
That's how you take money from the rich without them bitching and complaining. I consider myself very poor, although you'd never see my table be empty or my cupboards empty.
No,
I don't consider myself rich, except in
I'm poor.
friends.
I'm poor. I have nothing. I'll never go without food again, though.
I did that once in my childhood, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah, well, that's how I grew up. So I mean, these days it's like I know how to hunt. I know how to fish. I will never be without food, nor will anyone that I care about.
Yo, Perry, I won Miggs's jackpot, and it's got a Bitcoin in there, and he said it's probably got shares on it, or some money on it, or whatever. So I'm anxious to get it and see what's on it.
Ooh.
That kid is very smart. That is one kid that is very smart. I really want to see the zombie shot. That's kind of interesting. It's his trademark. Are those little caricatures that are silver caricatures they're making now? Are they called chibis?
I haven't tested this thing yet.
Tupac.
Yeah.
Are those little caricature things called chibis?
What character things?
Oh, they come in like Harry Potter and things like that.
I'm not sure.
It depends on where they're from.
Like the Harry Potter series?
You talking about like the animated looking
Silver coins or silver round. They're
right.
yeah.
I don't know what people call them, honestly. But I know what you're talking about.
Yes, Ike's. Okay, Great Scott is saying, yeah, they're called chibis. There's a Hagrid in the jackpot. I'm interested to see. That's pretty cool.
Oh, right on.
That was pretty sweet. I'm just sitting on pins and needles. Yeah, y'all know that somebody robbed him, right?
Robbed who?
Miggs. They put one of them fake card things over the ATMs, and they got his information and stole all his money out of his account.
That's fucked up.
Oh, well, I mean, as much as I hate hearing that, as long as you're doing things on the up and up and you're with a legitimate bank, surely you can get that taken care of.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, well, the bank should be insured through FDIC. That should all be
right.
Yeah, Hagrid. That should all be insured, and it's only going to take probably 6 months to get it back, but still.
Well, you know what? And honestly, it doesn't take that. I mean, well, depending on the bank, I've got Bank of America, and I had an issue come up many years back where something came up and it was questionable, and I called my bank and they're like, "We're putting half of your money back in there, regardless of what happens."
Yeah.
And they were like, the
I
other
told
half,
him, I
they're like,
said, call your bank.
"Yeah." I mean,
So,
but I mean, in Bank of America is a pretty big bank, so it's like,
he didn't tell me what bank or anything, and honestly, that's not my business.
right.
But still, all
But
banks
again,
and credit
that's my
unions are
security.
FDIC insured, so it
Yeah.
should be covered, and they should have some kind of camera information going on that they can turn over to some legal authority to deal with it.
But when I had my issue come up, I told them this is what happened. This is what's going on. They like froze my card. They didn't freeze my account.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, half of what was missing, they put back into my account. And
Yeah,
then they said,
that's what I was telling them, Gibbies. Before you go, shake that machine. If it's loose, if it feels loose, it's got something over it. Go use another one.
right.
Well, he didn't tell me what he did, and it's none of my business, in all honesty. And
Well,
I don't honestly blame him, but that was one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight was that,
ooh,
everybody has the ability to put 2 emails on your Cash App, your PayPal, your Venmo, whatever it is. You can put 2 emails. That way, if somebody tries to scam you and they send something through one email, it's a scam because it didn't go to the other email.
right.
I bought this thing at a garage sale for $25.
Are you kidding me?
No,
OMG. What year? Did you say 1890? Did it say 1890? It's a CC.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
when I was in Missouri visiting my mom.
Yeah, and I'm sure they were happy to get $25 for that $1.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, it's a little worn, but still in that condition, and it's a CC. That's worth the money. Do you get to see Liberty?
I ain't never scored like that, but I did a few years ago playing a poker game. I had a guy throw me a Morgan that he wanted $1 for it. He was like, "I've got this last. This is my dollar," and I was like, and literally, it was before I had started messing with coins at all.
Tupac King wants to know if the owner knew what it was worth.
Probably not.
Well, apparently they didn't.
Okay, I'll give you $25 for it. I would have tried to Jew him down. I'll give you 20 for it.
No, I ended up buying a ton of stuff. I bought like 4 rolls of silver quarters, a bunch of $50,
For less than half of what it's worth, I'm sure.
and then
Hopefully.
this
You know
thing I
what?
paid,
And look,
paid
I mean,
25 for.
it's not any of our responsibility to educate anyone on the value of what they have.
You know what was funny is the place I got this from. She was like, "This was my dad's collection," and I was thinking about giving part of it to my son, and we were going to go down to the coin shop and sell the rest. And so she's like, just take what you want and then save some for my son. So I saved, I took what I wanted: dimes, quarters, halves, some a couple of Morgans, couple of P scholars.
I was over at the LCS the other day, and some lady walks in with 3 ASCs, right? And the guy said, okay, and he tested them to make sure they were real, first of all. And he said, okay, I'll give you $22 a piece for it. But she said, all right. I was like, oh my God, I wanted to slap the woman. I'll take you outside and give you 30 a piece.
So
Yeah,
Well, and
seriously.
but at the same time, I mean, who's to say which which deal is or isn't fair?
yeah,
Yeah,
so
they were just doing 22 times space. That's just what they do, you know.
so as soon as I got done and I gave her the rest, she's like, you know what? That's too much. Take some more out. He doesn't need that many coins.
What?
Yeah. So she had me
I
take
mean,
more of the quarters and halves and
look, and the thing is what you have to consider, and especially if you're buying from an individual that's selling it in their garage sale or their yard sale, whatever. If they don't sell it there, they're going to take it to the bank and freaking turn it in.
Well, yeah, and they'd
If
rather
you're
it go
giving
to
them
somebody
any
that's
sort
a
of premium, you're
collector.
doing them a favor.
Yeah, they'd
see,
rather it go to see somebody that's a collector than to give it over to a bank that's just gonna throw it in with the rest of the quarters.
and,
Absolutely.
and even the pawn
So,
shops and stuff, they're only going to give them about half.
Well, the pawn shops won't give you very much, but they'll sell it to you for very high.
Yeah.
well,
They're
I
gonna
mean,
make their bucks off that.
from what I've seen at pawn shops, they will they'll buy close to spot or at spot, and they're not going to give you any premium.
See, but here they're selling them at spot.
Right.
So they're
See,
buying it at half spot.
oh well, see that's I mean, anyone that knows what they're selling. I mean, if you're going and selling your rounds, I'm not even talking about constitutional or anything like that. But if you're selling a round, you're not going to sell a round at half spot. That's foolish. Whether it's an ASE or a collectible round like a Charlie Brown or Star Wars or whatever, because on top of the spot price, it carries a premium.
I think you're right, Kane. Yeah, you don't take advantage of people.
Well, but it's not about taking advantage of people. It's about keeping them from selling it,
Is it
because
though?
if they don't listen, Miss Ice Girl, if they don't sell it there in their yard sale or garage sale, they're going to turn around and they're going to take it to a pawn shop or
If they were gonna
to
do that, they would have done it long before they put it out in the
their
garage
bank.
sale. So they knew what they had.
Did they?
And
Come
most
on, he said 25 for the Morgan. So yeah, he kind of understood what he had, just didn't
No.
understand it the whole way.
no, that's what I offered. You see,
Oh,
when I go up to a garage sale,
what did they have on it?
they nothing. That none of this was for sale. When I go to
Oh,
garage sales, I don't find coins just sitting out in garage sales. I go talk to the people. I let them know, hey, I
yeah,
buy jewelry, I buy gold, I buy silver, I buy coins, I buy silverware. I pay more than pawn shops, jewelry stores, coin shops. I'm paying more than they are paying. I'm not paying as much as they're selling it for because I need to be able to make some money.
yeah. Well, eventually, it's still up to the seller.
Yeah, exactly.
If they want to get rid of it, but 9 times out of 10, they're gonna sell it to somebody with interest in it than somebody that's just looking for whatever.
I
I was
understand.
last last year before I went to my mom's house.
I mean, I see it from both sides here.
I came across this elderly lady and I told her the same thing. And she's like, I've got 2 silverware sets. I was at the pawn shop 3 months ago. They offered me like $290 for both sets put together. So I was like, let me weigh them up and I'll make you an offer. She's like, all right. So she pulls everything out. And I weigh everything up. And I offered her $580, like double what they offered. And she's like, I knew they were ripping me off. That's why I didn't sell it to them.
Wow.
And there was still plenty of room for me to sell it to my smelter and make money. It's
Sammy, you put in a couple of questions about some things, and I'm just amazed that you would ask those questions on something like a bank or something, but not on something like the political parties or religious stuff. It's amazed that I really am amazed that you have those questions, but don't ask them for everything. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
and then I'm going to 10, 15 garage, 20 garage sales a day. And not every day is a good day.
Yeah, I know we gotta I want to get out and find the broken silver necklaces and stuff. I want to start doing that, but shoot, this last summer I was all just crippled up on my couch waiting for my leg to heal. I'm gonna take it back down to 3, dear. No, I'm not.
Nice.
Maybe I am. I'm learning, but yeah, I wanted to do that last summer, but my leg got infected from a surgery and it just took forever for it to come back.
That sucks.
You don't understand about you ask really good questions about thanks Purple Squirrel for stopping in. We
I
enjoyed
purple
having you.
squirrel.
Next time maybe come up on the panel and talk with us. Oh, okay. Thanks, Alvin. I like Purple Squirrel. Um you were asking really good, deep questions that you can only do when you've had experience in something and pulled yourself out of that situation. And you ask really good questions, unless you're deeply involved.
Well, for her benefit, let's say extrapolate on that a bit.
Well, we were talking about the bank owing the money, and she said, if you never had money, you wouldn't know what it was like to have it. So why would you miss it? But if they aren't prepared to ring up the bank and report it, then did they really get robbed? Those are questions that you wouldn't ask unless you.
Did who really
I'm
get
not saying
robbed?
that she's had experience in it, but somewhere along in the bank travesty that sometimes you have to go through, she's experienced some crap that the bank gives back. And so she's asking those questions because of that experience.
Well, absolutely. So wherein do the questions fall that she hasn't answered or
No,
hasn't
no, no,
asked?
no, no. What I was saying is, she was open minded about the bank and wanting to have the questions answered. She stepped back away from the situation so she could ask those questions. Which is all I ask of anybody ever.
But
Step
wherein did she
out
not
of the
do that?
situation. Step away from being a part of it, so you can ask those questions and understand.
So what I'm asking is, wherein did she not do that?
I didn't say she did. Well, during the political thing, she was taking a very hard left stance.
Oh, well, that's Fammy. She's freaking a hard left swinger.
Well, I know, I can tell. But see
She's
that
still a sweetheart.
right or left, or
I
centrist
don't
or
care.
whatever.
I don't care how she swings,
Totally
man.
out.
I'll argue with her
What
all
is
day.
that? I think he's showing and telling. How
I
big
show
is
you.
that?
4 ounces.
Is it?
That's only 4 ounces?
Yeah.
Pretty thin for that big.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what I'm thinking.
Show us the side, dear.
Oh wow, yeah, look at that.
So how do you get to games from here? Yeah, he's flexing, Kane. You're right. Oh, it is. It is paper thin. Yeah. Okay, maybe 2 sheets. I gotta figure out how to run games on here and show. Yeah, I know. I know. Wow, that's amazing.
That's pretty sick. It's kind of nice box. Got the certificate.
I didn't pick anything up, Pammy, about what you did or didn't ask.
Who has got the roosters?
Can
Who's
you hear
roosters
that?
going crazy? It's time to get up wherever you are.
Ice Girl, can you hear them?
Yes, I can hear them.
You want me to go shoot them?
No,
No, I
no,
was
not at all.
just.
Dude, my most favorite sound in the world is listening to that screen door slam when you go out it.
Well, I
That
don't have a screen
sounds
door.
like home to me. That depicts country home, family life, loving, nurturing group of people that only look out for each other. That's what a slamming screen door does for me. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. So much so that I built my own screen doors and put a damn spring on it so it'll slam back.
No, we have storm doors, unfortunately.
Oh, I can put up a storm door. That's too easy. I like to
Yeah.
hear the slamming screen door.
And the smell of Sunday supper on the stove. Yeah, I'm home.
You just let them roosters crow. It's time to get up and have a cup of coffee.
Oh my gosh, I've still got to go to sleep.
Yeah, so do
No
I.
coffee.
I think I'm using my whole 6 hours this one. We're 5 hours in. I haven't paid StreamYards or $20 yet. I got it. Hey,
Kane, have a good night.
Tupac.
What did you say? No sleep till Brooklyn? What was that?
No sleep till.
Hey, Tupac, can you run a game?
What?
Brooklyn.
Can you run a game for me?
No.
If I just give you the names to put in?
No, I am not that.
As long as you're straddling, Tammy.
You know what we could do? Is you had an earlier one, didn't you?
No, I don't know how to run the games yet. I'm still learning StreamYards. What are you, crazy? I
No.
haven't learned the games
No.
yet.
No, what I'm saying is you had an earlier test, right?
Yeah.
We could have everybody comment on that, and then I could pull it up on the random comment picker.
Oh, there you go. Ah, now you're gonna make me go look, huh?
Right.
See.
Oh no.
Oh, that's the one we're in. Nah, that one don't work. Where's my videos? First StreamYard. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Okay. How do I copy this thing?
Hey, Jack Gellman,
Expand.
Mr. North Carolina there.
I don't know how to do that.
I got it.
Can you get the link? I'm still learning, dude. I am.
Yep. All right, so I got that on there. And then I'm gonna open this back up. Let me grab the random comment picker.
I'm still learning. Hey, Jack, how are you? But just he's gonna get a link if you all go over and make a comment on it.
Comments are turned off.
Oh, for heaven's sakes! Now you're gonna make me try to figure this out, aren't you?
Yeah, great Scott.
It can't be for kids. No kids.
Ah, not what I want. See, add to queue, save to playlist. Watch later. Oh, no, not what I want to do. Oh, here, never mind. I got a copy link. Okay, I copied the link. I figured that out.
No, we got snow.
What?
Not here. It's reading chat.
Edit video. Here, how about this?
I got the link in there. If you can just get the comments turned on.
No, it's not made for kids. Yes, restrict to viewers over 18 and save. Oh, I'm trying to figure it out. Sorry. Date restriction, visibility, schedule. No, I don't want that. Okay, stop it. No, I don't want to promote that yet. Settings, let's look there. Channel general upload. Oh man, seriously? Where is this? Block links, that's good. Oh my gosh. I don't even know where it's giving me permission to allow it. Comments. Let's see. Why does it?
Hi, Jack Gelman.
Ah, man. I don't know. You guys try to comment. If you can't, then I don't
No,
know.
I looked at it.
Yeah, it won't let you still.
It still won't.
No.
Dad it. Probably because it's less than a couple of minutes until. Oh God.
Don't put so much adult content in your streams there, Ike's girl.
I don't.
Lies.
I just don't let kids have it. I never have.
All right, I got a different one. Hold on.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Make me work so hard. I don't even know what I'm doing on this one yet.
Which means I have to go in here. Let's go to YouTube.
Okay, I'm back. Guys, be patient with me. Oh my gosh, I've lost people. I'm going to give a free thing away. Stay. I don't know what yet. I haven't even opened anything up. Does everybody have a set of steel pennies? I've got some really nice ones.
I've got one.
Only one? One
Why
set
would I
or
want
one
more than
steel
that?
penny?
Why would I want more than that?
Well, you would want the set, right? The
No,
S, the P, and the D.
no.
I love giving them out because they're very interesting. My son's a joker and he says, Mom, I got a steel 1944. I said, You're a jackass and you lie.
Well, yeah. But
I never
yeah, I mean, that's just one of them things I just
thumbs
really
up.
cared about. I don't need one of everything.
Oh, I think the guy that was working there was almost going to get fired. He let me pick out of there and he said, Yeah, they're 15 cents a piece. I'm like, Good. All right. Yeah, that's great. Well, apparently I'd picked out a bunch of uncirculated ones and the
Yes.
owner was angry. He said, I sell them for $10 a piece. I'm like, Yeah, okay, whatever. He already told me they were 15 cents. That's awesome. There we go. So let me pull up a coin and see if you can see it well too with this camera. The camera's new to me. Oh my gosh, that's loud. Eye-hand coordination stuff. Ugh. That good for you? Can you see that real well?
See what really well. Get 2 coins.
I know there's not many, but that's okay. You guys have been fantastic and great.
There. Yep. That one worked. Keep up.
There, everybody leave a comment on that link you see right there. I'm gonna have Tupac do me a thing. I still learn in games and random picker and that kind of stuff. I learned pretty quickly, but we've been chatting tonight for like 5 hours. 5 hours and 1 minute. And it's been great, and I appreciate every one of you. Juan, I appreciate you so much for coming up. You too, Tupac. And oh my gosh, what's my brain?
You rock, Ike's girl.
I'm gonna try.
Thank you for letting me come up here. I initially came up here to argue with Hector.
Yeah, Hector was fun. No,
Well,
what you're seeing in the camera is not steel pennies. No. That's not the giveaway, dear.
Yeah, once I got up here, I don't know. Nobody wanted to argue with me.
I'll argue all day long, but you and I kind of have the same point of view.
Pretty much, yeah. I
And
just
I'll
like
bring
arguing
facts.
with you.
I'll tell you what, for you guys being such a great audience, I'm going to give away a gram. How about a little puppy gram? Here, I'll show it. I'll show it on camera. Just for nothing at all.
Nice.
Just for being you guys.
Oh, that's cute.
It is cute. I'm trying to stockpile my stuff so when I get started, I was going to start bingo, but in the United States, if you play bingo anywhere, especially online, it's considered gambling and you need a license. Otherwise, it's a felony.
Really?
Yeah, really. I was not
Aren't
exactly.
there a couple of channels that do bingo?
Huh?
I said, aren't there a couple of channels that do bingo?
Yeah, but I would rather not get caught and have to have a felony for
Ah, right
gambling.
on. Right on,
So
right on.
I'm gonna do it right. I'm gonna go get the license so I can play bingo. And the reason why they want
I'm
that
just not gonna
license
get a
is so
fucking
that
license and not
you
play
can pay
bingo.
taxes, of course. But it's all about paying Uncle Sam his due.
No, I'll just kick back and watch people search their stuff and
All right, only 4 people have gotten into it because it had 2 comments before we started, and there's 6 now.
Only 2 comments? Come on.
No, 4.
4. Only 4 comments?
Yeah, there was 2. Now there's 6.
All right. Now there's 6.
all right.
Hurry and get your comment in, even if it's just a wave or say hi.
All right, everyone in chat, that link that Tupac posted, follow that and leave a comment there. You've got a couple of minutes, maybe, and you can, if you're selected, you can win a gram of silver.
Yeah. I'll get it sent out to you. Here, I'm going to put my email in the chat. So make sure that you email me and claim, okay?
All right, do you want to pull the comment picker up on the screen?
Sure. Do you have it? I'm not in StreamYards. I'm not in StreamYards.
There you are.
That's awesome. Now I am. I like reading the chat through YouTube. It's so much easier and funner and looks
We
better.
got 8 comments now.
Well, good. We got 9 watching. If you just got here, hurry and go put your comment over on that link just right above under Tupac's comment post. That little gram God darn this thing. The gram you see on my camera is what's giving away. It's got a little puppy dog on it. It's a little tiny puppy dog.
Puppy dog.
It kind of reminds me of a kind of a cartoonish Jack Russell. Oh, stand the hell up. Stay. There. Oh, they're behind the gram, dear. I'm trying to find the papa tiger. I got the baby, I got the mama, I need the papa. Or the 2-ouncer.
All right, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Go do your thing, darling. Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate your help.
We're going to refresh it. We got 8 comments.
All right.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everybody.
Oh, wait, I didn't comment. No, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you. Who's the winner?
Chad Brookman.
Chad's here?
No, I think this is one of the 2 that was on there.
Oh. Oh, look. Chad, speak up if you're here.
So
I'm going to
good
give
on
you
this.
exactly till 3:44 to speak up in chat.
His comment is good on this side. I-20 clear. And numbers good. A site
1/8/22 at 3:42 a.m.
Yeah, that was a bit ago, probably.
1/8/22. That's today, dear. 2 minutes ago.
No, that's when I pulled it.
Or is that when it was pulled?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Go again.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everybody. Let's pull a name that's here.
Great Scott.
Great God.
Woohoo!
Have fun, y'all. Ike's Scroll rocks.
Oh, thank you, Great Scott.
Congrats, brother.
Sweetie, email me and it goes to you.
There you
Nor
go.
am I, Pammy. I'm never random enough.
Now, never say I didn't pay you for your time. I'm good. Just kidding. You're welcome, love. Have you ever gotten one of my stickers? Great Scott.
All right, guys. I'm gonna turn this off. I've got to get to the restroom and get to bed. But
Okay. Thank
it was
you.
good hanging out.
Thank you for
Hey.
coming, and I appreciated all the chat.
Absolutely.
Probably see you tonight on our live stream.
Yeah,
Right on. We'll see
I'll
you
be
around
over
2 o'clock.
there as soon as we're done with raid day too.
Peace.
Y'all have a good night.
Oh, yeah, we'll probably do some match game or Family Feud or something.
Okay, I'll be over there to play. I got you all packed up, Great Scott. Send me an email so I can have your address and I'll get it out to you, love. I'm gonna say goodnight, everybody. I'm starting to really get like a rummy dummy here. Thank you, everybody, for staying and chatting. I appreciate everybody. It gives me a few more hours towards the 4,000 that never get hit, but I gotta do like muscle shell and just point the camera and let it run all day. Run up the hours.
Good night, everybody in chat.
Good night, everybody.
Deuces.
I'm gonna shut the stream down. Thank you. Thank you, Tupac. I appreciate you, hon. See you
No
later
problem.
today. Let me see. How do we do this? Gotta shut that one out. And in broadcast.